Let me find it. Okay. Well, let me find this.
Hey, Jennifer, I'm running.
disseminated in far north, and it's more avoiding that. One of them actually was the okay, I will send you those in 5 languages, 5 sections. We actually, because I did the same Canadian language, but the link was the link we have now is directly and everybody. Okay, perfect, thank you.
I just wanted to check this one. It's Carolina. That's in the script. So it's
Is there somebody, one person is online and yes, yeah. And 11th person coming.
Good morning, everyone. If you would like to take your seats, we will be starting the meeting. Good morning. I hope you all had a good rest yesterday. I hope you all arrived well in Geneva. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 5th meeting of the Advisory Board of the Santiago Network. I extend a special welcome to the members of the Advisory Board and the representatives, as well as to all the observers, many of them in the room, and also all of those joining us online. I now declare the 5th meeting of the Advisory Board of the Santiago Network open. Some remarks of practical nature. For those of you participating in person, please note that the emergency exits are located outside of this meeting room on both sides, indicated with the emergency exit signs. The restrooms are located outside this meeting room on the same level on the left-hand side. The emergency number for the police is 112. In case of medical emergencies, the ambulance number is 144, and the number for fire services is 118. As per rules of procedure, at least 10 advisory board members must be present at the meeting to constitute the quorum. Members participating virtually will count towards the quorum, and I am pleased to confirm that the quorum has been met and we can therefore proceed with the meeting. As we are starting this meeting, we are pleased to share with you a few milestones and achievements that have been reached since our last 4th advisory board meeting. One key development that we are very happy to bring to your attention is that the number of formally submitted technical assistance requests has been risen to 7. This is a tangible testimony to the growing interest in and the understanding of the Santiago Network, and a result of the many efforts by the Secretariat and the Advisory Board. In this context, we want to highlight the significant outreach efforts undertaken by the Secretariat that have resulted in this increased number of requests and engagement from developing countries and communities. Noteworthy are the recent workshops held in Senegal for LDCs and SIDS, and informal sessions for national liaisons to the Santiago Network Secretariat and UNFCCC national focal points. You will find and hear more details in the reports presented to the meeting and in the presentations that will follow. Another important development to report is that the number of members to the Santiago network has now grown to 62, with tailored outreach to constituencies in an effort to diversify the membership. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the strengthened engagement of the Santiago network across the loss and damage support architecture. That includes participation in the high-level dialogue, collaboration with the WIM Executive Committee, and with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. All these achievements, made possible through advisory board decisions, are enabling the delivery of Santiago Network's mission and underscore the importance of continuing to advance key decisions at those meetings. This fifth meeting of the advisory board comes at a pivotal moment, and our expectation is that with the decisions we can take this week, we will enable the Santiago Network to turn its full attention to the delivery of technical assistance to the particularly vulnerable developing countries and communities. With that, I will turn to the agenda item 2, adoption of the agenda and organization of work, and I will pass over to my dear co-chair, Angela Rivera. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Estela, and good morning, colleagues. The fifth meeting of the advisory board is being held from today, 2nd September 2025, to Thursday, 4th September 2025 in Geneva, Switzerland. And we are pleased to have 14 members attending, as well as 3 representatives from the Women and Gender Constituency, Indigenous Peoples Organizations, and the Children and Youth Non-Governmental Organization, in person and virtually. We are also pleased to welcome 2 new temporary members to the advisory board, Muriel Geschwend, and apologies because I don't know if my pronunciation is the best one, who is replacing Matthias Bachmann and on a temporary basis, and Heidi White, who is stepping in for Tete Nera Laurent at the meeting. We look forward to a productive meeting over the coming days. On the adoption of the agenda, let us now turn to the business of the fifth meeting and to agenda item 2, which is the adoption of the agenda and organization of work. I invite the board members to consider the provisional agenda as presented in document SNAP/2025/05/01 Ref 1, available on the Santiago Network meeting website and shared with you by email. I will now open the floor for feedback on the agenda for this and other items. Member, if you would like to raise your flags for those in person, or raise your hands for those who are joining to take the floor. Heidi?
Hi, and hello everyone. It's nice to be here as a temporary figure. Thanks to the Secretariat for organising the meeting, and I'm looking forward to engaging. On the adoption of the agenda, I just want to propose to add an additional agenda item on observer participation. Given the unprecedented number of registrations for this meeting, we understand that there was a need for the Secretariat to I guess, fly by the seat of their pants in figuring out how to manage that situation. And so it seems timely now for us to discuss how to manage a situation where we have a number of observers that want to participate, while also having space limitations. We expect to discuss, for example, for the 9 UNFCCC observer constituencies, in other bodies they have mechanisms to ensure that there's equal representation among constituencies in in-person meetings, and things like that. So I beg the indulgence of the board to add that to the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Heidi, and thank you for that suggestion. Perhaps just, if you allow me, I will gonna give the floor to my fellow co-chair to respond to your suggestion, because yesterday, as you know, we have an informal discussion on that, and we just want to report back on those discussions.
Thank you so much, Angela, and thank you, Heidi, and welcome to the advisory board meeting. So indeed, this is a very, very valid point. It has been we were made aware of that fact that for this meeting, there is a record number of observers that have registered, and we are very pleased to have so much interest, which really testifies to the fact that there is a growing interest in the network. We were very pleased to welcome all the observers who have registered in person to be with us in the room. So there are provisions made for observers to join us in the room for the duration of the meeting, and also the possibility for observers to join online and participate virtually. We have discussed it indeed yesterday in our informal day. And we have proposed that the issues of observer participation will be looked at by the advisory board, and we have suggested that the task force on outreach, which we have created at the last advisory board meeting, will look into those issues first and report to the advisory board at the next opportunity. So what we have discussed yesterday informally between us is that this will not be part of the agenda of the meeting, because we have a very charged agenda for this meeting with a lot of substantial decisions and discussions that we need to carry out. But we will take that matter forward so that we can come back to it at the next opportunity. So our suggestion to the advisory board now formally is to do that, as we have discussed informally yesterday, and if that would be agreeable to you as well, Heidi, we would suggest not to add it to the agenda, but to take it forward first through the outreach task force and then come back to the advisory board when we have some time for that. So I'm just, we as the coaches would like to put that to the advisory board, if that suggestion is agreeable. Thanks.
Heidi, you have the floor.
Thank you for the update, and yes, I'm at a disadvantage not having been participating yesterday. That's fine from my perspective. I would just request if that can be noted in the formal report of the meeting that that is happening and being taken forward. And also potentially not necessary, but ideally that would be considered by the outreach group in consideration of the rules of procedure, as well as a related document on the issue of observer participation and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heidi, for your understanding. So with that, I would like to propose the agenda. I just want to see if there is any objection. If there is no objection, the agenda is adopted. Thank you so much, and I would like to move to the organization of work. So let me start with talking about some meeting protocols. As with previous meetings of the advisory board, this meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format, and members, representatives, and observers will therefore be able to participate actively, whether in person or online. The co-chairs will let you know when you are invited to take the floor. For members and representatives who are present in person, we ask that you raise your flag to signal your intention to intervene during the meetings. Those joining virtually can use the hand raise function on the Zoom platform. For observers in the room, we kindly ask that when an agenda item is open for observers to share their views, that you raise your flag and await the signal from the co-chairs before taking the floor. For observers online, we kindly ask that you use the hand raise function and speak when called upon to do so. For those joining virtually, we kindly ask that you keep your microphones muted and videos off unless you have the floor to speak. The use of your video is optional and may be used if your bandwidth allows. Documents for the meetings are posted on the meeting webpage. Please visit santiagonetwork-network.org or Santiago, and then go to the Events tab and select the 5th Advisory Board meeting page. We are pleased to advise that this meeting is also being live streamed and will be available on demand via the Santiago Network website. In terms of participants, we want to share with you news. So the fifth meeting of the Santiago Network Advisory Board is being attended by 14 members from parties and 3 representatives. 2 members and 1 representative will participate virtually. Since the last meeting, the advisory board, we have 2 members joining as temporary replacement for Matthias Bachmann and Tete Nera Laurent at this meeting. Before I invite Muriel and Heidi to introduce themselves, please allow me to extend sincere thanks to Matthias, who served on the board since the last meeting and contributed to the work of the budget subcommittee. So now I would like to give the floor to Muriel Gershwen to introduce themselves, as well as a representative of WILC, and also Heidi White. Muriel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much to the court chairs and to everyone. Your pronunciation is nearly perfect, so that's fine. I will just quickly introduce myself. So my name is Muriel Gschwend. I'm working at the Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation. I'm replacing Matthias Bachmann, and I'm really excited to be here. I'm new to this. It's very exciting to hear what has already been done, and yes, and to contribute to the conversations.
Thank you so much, Muriel. Looking forward to work with you. Heidi, you have the floor.
Hello, I'm Heidi White. I'm a lawyer, independent consultant. I've been working on the negotiations for some time. I'm looking forward to supporting Tete, advancing the views of the women and gender constituency. I'm here as a representative of the Loss and Damage Collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heidi. So as per Decision 12 CMA4, endorsed by Decision 11 CP27, meetings of the advisory board shall be open to parties and admitted non-party observers unless the advisory board decides to hold the meeting or parts thereof in a closed session. There were 187 registration of observers, and those are the good news that we want to share with you. This is the first time that we have this huge interest of participation, with 81 registered for in-person participation. Of the registration received, 35 are from parties and 152 from non-state observers. We are grateful that we continue to receive very strong interest in the work of the Santiago Network, including outcomes of the advisory board meeting. I would like now to turn to the schedule of work. Based on the discussion during our informal meeting yesterday, we have made a few changes to the schedule of work. Thanks, Secretariat, for showing on the screen. So the schedule of work is contained in document snap/2025/05/01/rev1/addendum2/rev1 and was shared with the advisory board by email this morning. It was also uploaded to the meeting webpage. Members are asked to agree on this proposed schedule, and if amendments are being proposed, we kindly ask that you do so now. So I would like to open the floor for comments if you would like to have some amendments. But before that, just let me introduce very briefly. At the beginning of the session, we are in the opening remarks. We're going to have the agenda item 3 on reports of the advisory board, 3 types of reports. We will introduce very briefly the agenda item operation of the Santiago Network, membership of the Santiago Network, catalyzing technical assistance, managing funding provided for the technical assistance, and then we park for the family photos. Just give me a second. So So then we have a break, and then at 11 we will introduce the agenda item on strategies for the Santiago network. You know that we have a strategy, the main strategy and sub-strategies, and what we expect is to have a brief introduction on the strategies. We had the opportunity to engage yesterday during our informal session on the strategies, and you will have the opportunity to, we will come back to the strategies on the second day of the meeting. We do not expect interventions on the strategies. Of course, we will summarize what we discussed when we open that agenda item, and we will explain you why. But you will have the opportunity to engage on the strategies in the second day of the advisory board meeting. If you can scroll down, Secretariat. And in the afternoon, we will open the agenda item on the annual report, which is also a key task that we have for this meeting. We have to submit an annual report for consideration by the Conference of the Parties. And in the afternoon, what we expect, because we have a heavy agenda and many documents to be adopted, we want to use efficiently our time for an informal groups meeting. One of them on budget subcommittee, and we will have in parallel a group on the annual report to the governing body or bodies. So this is a very brief introduction. You have in the webpage the schedule of the day. We have also an informal reception for the advisory board meeting board members and observers. So you are very welcome to attend that informal reception. So with that, we just want to present the schedule of work, and I would like to open the floor if there are any comments on the schedule of work. Of course, the co-chairs will be providing updates on the schedule of work for every day, but at least we just want to confirm with you that you agree with the schedule of work for today. If there are not objections, so that's the way that we will proceed. So thank you so much, and we will continue with the agenda, and I would like to give the floor to my fellow co-chair Stella to continue with the agenda item 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Angela. I will now turn to the agenda item 3, reports to the advisory board. And I will start with the sub-item 3A, report on the activities of the Santiago Network Secretariat. Let me invite the Secretariat to provide a progress update on its activities covering the period between the 4th and the 5th meetings of the Advisory Board. The report is contained in a document that has been posted on the website, document snap/2025/05/02. Noting substantive updates will be provided under the respective agenda items. And there will be more details in addition to the presentation in the other agenda items. But now I will turn to Carolina to kindly provide a brief update on the activities of the Secretariat since the last meeting.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning, and good morning, Advisory Board members and representatives. I'm delighted to present the progress that's been made by the Santiago Network, supported by the Secretariat, over the reporting period between the 4th and the 5th Advisory Board meeting. During this period, I'm very happy to report that progress has been made, both on the institutional, but also on the operational fronts. And this progress also includes some of the milestones that you see here in this slide. When it comes to the technical assistance side, we were also very pleased to see the approval and the commencement of the technical assistance request from Vanuatu. This is adding as well to the experience that we're gaining on operations. This is the first of many to come, and we're working also on those demand-driven proposals that will follow the Vanuatu request. And in that context as well, the increased outreach with developing countries, including the first information sessions to national liaisons, took place. This was in response also to your request at SNAP 4 that we enhance engagement with national liaisons we were able to have sessions with all the regions and to provide information on the Santiago network and more specifically on the technical assistance offer and on the technical assistance request template. Together with this, we also have had a number of bilateral engagement, including at relevant meetings. This has proved particularly helpful in having this face-to-face interaction with potential proponents. Something notable, also as mentioned by co-chair Stella, is the workshop for LDCs and seats in Africa that took place in Sali. Our gratitude as well to advisory board member Idi Niang for his support also in the hosting of this event. This event was held in partnership with UNDRR, so also our gratitude to the co-hosts, and it was very helpful as well in enhancing interest on technical assistance request. All this outreach has led, as mentioned by Stella, also to increasing the number of requests being submitted, with 7 formal requests being processed at the moment, and we have a similar number of requests at an advanced stage and a larger number also in early draft form. So many thanks as well to everyone that's been engaged in these very helpful efforts. Now, moving also to some other achievements, when it comes to membership, we had our first in-person members gathering back in June. It was also a good space to hear from them, update them also on the development of the Santiago network strategy, and hear some recommendations also as to how they see the role on the way forward. We anticipate that these engagements will continue, and that is also a request coming from the members, so we can also activate and sustain that engagement of the network of members. Also, following your request at SNAP 4, we have done outreach to encourage inclusive membership. We have particularly reached out to key constituencies, including children and youth, women and gender, and indigenous peoples. We have some communication material, one-pagers, indicating in a simple, accessible manner how to become a member and why it is important. And we have also been disseminating this in relevant events and attending meetings of the respective constituencies as well in different fora. Also on the membership front, we are delighted to welcome new members, and we have a number of 62 members at the moment. Now, on the institutional part, also that's key for us because that's the foundation for everything else to take place as planned. We have implemented the consultation roadmap for the further development of the Santiago network strategy that you have with you for consideration during this meeting. This has been also a journey of consultations, all of them very active, with very active engagement, including the stakeholder consultation that took place in Bonn. Also, our engagement across the loss and damage ecosystem has been strengthened, including through the participation of the Santiago network in the high-level dialogue on responding to loss and damage, and also the collaboration with the EXCOM and with the FRLD, and we will be reporting on this under the relevant agenda item. Last but not least, is actually very important, also the efforts on recruitment are moving at full speed, so we can also implement the decisions that you have taken on head office positions and regional positions, and strengthen as well the Secretariat. In achieving these milestones, just to conclude, we have been supported by the co-hosts, and we have focused also on the timely implementation of advisory board decisions. Many thanks, and we'll be happy also to inform under the relevant agenda items. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you so much, Director, for this brief presentation. As you have said, there is quite a lot of progress, and this is just a snapshot. We will, of course, discuss more details under the respective agenda items, and all of those are included in the report of the activities of the Santiago Network Secretariat that has been posted online and shared with the advisory board before the meeting. So I will ask the advisory board to take note of the report. Camila.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and this is my first time taking the floor. I'd like to say welcome to everyone here, and thank you so much, Carolina, for that presentation. I think it really shows that there has been a lot of work intercessionally to get us here, and it really shows in those increases in technical assistance requests, and the increase in the number of OB&Es that are members, and in the increase of the liaisons that have been communicated to the Santiago network. We know, because we've also been engaging intercessionally, that has meant a lot of work from the interim secretariat that has continued to support, and I'd like to thank and acknowledge that work, and from the new permanent secretariat, and I'd also like to acknowledge that we have Liz here joining her first meeting, and that we know it's a key role in supporting the work that we're going to be carrying out. I wanted to make a short comment, particularly to express that one of the things that the report shows is the SITS and LDCs workshop, and I'm very pleased to be here as a SITS representative, and I've had really good feedback from some of my constituency on those workshops, and highlight that I think it was a real success to have a right workshop for the SITS and LDCs in Africa workshop, and we've seen it in the draft proposed TA requests that have been made, and I just really wanted to acknowledge that work, because it's invites us to continue reflecting in how we are supporting countries in preparing their technical assistance request, which is a key role in how we start delivering. And I wanted to highlight a couple of things that I think are important to be stressed from this intercessional period, and on process that I think would be good to keep in mind as the document also speaks on sort of next steps and ways forward. And first is one on OB&E engagement. I was very happy to read the part on OB&E engagement, happy to see that there's an increase there. As a network, right, our members are a cornerstone of this organization. However, I was surprised. It was the first time by reading this document that I heard any information on OB&Es that had requested to become members that maybe did not meet the criteria, and how that was communicated. And I also, from the presentations we've had, would have liked to see a little bit more. I know we've carried out surveys and had some other contacts. This would have been a great place to have some of those results of what's happening, since it's not in any of the official documents that we are proposing. And these are key inputs for the reflections that we're having in how we're growing and liaising with this body of members, and as well in understanding why and what type of members are coming in. So I would love to have some more information on that going forward, and to see how we are learning from that feedback that we're getting from our members on the way forward. And the other thing that I wanted to highlight that to me is really important when we're thinking of the mission of this network is that the work that we have to do on catalyzing demand-driven TA. I think we were overly optimistic in 2025 on what we expected to be delivering on the ground. I think we have to acknowledge that there's a lot of work of operationalizing the network that we did eventually carry out, and we've learned. But I think that going forward, we need to send a clearer message that we are ready to approve and respond to TA requests. And I think that would be the last and final message, and I want to do it here as well. We now are fully operationalized, and we really hope to start receiving, and to that budget that hopefully we will approve during this meeting mean that we are ready to deliver technical assistance on the ground as soon as possible. But thank you so much for this work, and congratulations on expressing it so clearly.
Thank you so much, Camila, and there will be more information provided on some of the issues that you have raised, indeed, including on the membership and on technical assistance provided under the agenda item 5 a little bit later this morning, so we will hear more information, but thank you for pointing out all those key issues. Alpha, please.
Thank you, co-chairs. Good morning, everyone. I have, and thank to the Secretariat for the report. And I have some questions to ask. First, the Secretariat undertook tiered outreach to encourage expression of interest from OBMEs, children, women, gender. Can we have more information about what it looks like and what is the result of that? The second question is, the Secretariat indicates that currently a number of OBMEs are responding to requests for additional information. Are there any trends there with things like OBMEs are struggling with the form? And can we, as for the 5 OBMEs expression of interest that did not meet the eligibility criteria, can the Secretariat give more information about why they couldn't resolve this to enable the OBMEs to be a member? The Secretariat also indicates the membership topic of expertise include resilience, adaptation planning, capacity building, and knowledge sharing, loss and damage assessment, early warning system, and emergency preparedness. What is the Secretariat doing to ensure we are building OBME's membership that is addressing loss and damage and filling the priority gaps in loss and damage response, not only in bridging expertise to minimize loss and damage, and where country may already have pathway for obtaining those technical assistance support? Another question, the Secretariat notes nearly half of the members indicate that they operate at a global level while also maintaining active engagement at regional and national level. How is this work going to ensure membership is building within developing countries and capturing actors that may not have connection and pathways to international level? I also have a question on the liaison. We are now having 34 liaisons. What more is needed to increase this? And what is about the loss and damage contact point and the FND authority focal point? Is there any plan to engage with these stakeholders? The Senegal workshop that was held in partnership with UNDR also included UNDRR focal point. Could this have been confusing as to how the authority to engage with the Santiago network? So, did you get me? Okay. I was saying in the workshop there were several types of stakeholders. Those coming from the Santiago network and those coming from the UNDRR Sendai framework focal points. So, is there a clear messaging on the role of the different stakeholders as to how to engage with the Santiago network? And I also would like to know, to hear more about the 15 meetings on TA request preparation survey to understand how requests are being prepared and considered, and Secretariat effort to guide preparation of requests. Will be useful to have a deeper discussion on all these elements, including whether the survey can be more widely disseminated. And perhaps the 2 last one, it is engagement at the 8 global platform DRR. Was that useful? The paragraph 949 mentioned that DRR versus climate actions alignment and complementarity. This is a good message for the type of engagement. If we can have consistent messaging like that, that is so clear that the DAR space is not loss and damage, but it is an important component of loss and damage landscape. And I would like also to seek clarification status of the UK pledges. I understand this is to become more clear in September, but nonetheless, it might be helpful to raise this in the UK. It might be helpful to indicate that and to get a sense how long it will take to convert those pledges into resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alpha. And I see there's also another flag. Let me just say one thing at this moment. These are all very valid questions, and I kindly ask the Secretariat to note, I think they have noted the questions and remarks, and if there's more coming. However, what we intend to do, Alpha, please, because I'm trying to answer to the points you have been making. What we're trying to do is we're trying to have that discussion under the agenda point 5, where there will be an update on technical assistance, there will be an update on membership, there will be an update on managing funding. So all the questions that have been raised in the topics, we can open the discussion, have more information from the Secretariat as a setting our discussion, and then we can hear comments. At this stage, we are simply putting forward a short report that is a report that has been put forward for the meeting. We do not need to discuss the report. We can simply take note, and we could have the substantive discussion and comments and questions under agenda item 5. That is the foreseen way forward in order not to have repeated discussions of the same nature under several agenda items. Apologies if that wasn't clear from the start. At this stage, we are asking if you have any clarification questions for the report, and if you're able to take note of the report so that we can move with the substantive discussion under agenda item 5. But we're in your hands, and we'll be guided on how you would like to continue this conversation. And I will give the floor to Gladys, who also raised her flag.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be in this meeting. And I just wanted to thank the Secretariat for the report, to congratulate you on the activities, but I would like to use this space to thank you for the outreach activity you did for ILAC and Group Sur in the Latin American region that is reflected in paragraph 33. We were very happy to have your inputs about what's the network, and we thought that was a very good space for us to engage. There were many people in that meeting, and we were very happy to have you. So just to thank you for that activity.
Thank you so much, Gladys. Any other comments or questions from the advisory board? That doesn't seem to be the case. So could we kindly take note of the report of the activities of the Secretariat? If there is no objection, we decide that we take note. Thank you so much. And we will be moving on to the agenda item 3B, report on the activities of the co-chairs of the Santiago Network Advisory Board. Let me turn to the sub-item, which is included in the document SNAP 2025/05/03, report of the activities of the co-chairs of the Santiago Network Advisory Board. I would like to ask the advisory board to take note of that document. I will not report in detail on all of the activities. They have been shared with you in advance, but let me just highlight that the co-chairs, Angela and myself, have been involved in the work in the following areas: the advisory board meetings, facilitation, preparations for the 5th advisory board meeting, informal meetings of the advisory board. You know, we have been quite busy during the intersessional period. We had a number of informal meetings as well as intersessional decisions that have been taken, which require the attention and the guidance from the co-chairs. We've also had engagement with the WIM Executive Committee and the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, which included an informal meeting of the co-chairs of the 3 bodies, as well as our involvement as co-chairs to facilitate a joint session that took place between members of the Executive Committee and members of the Advisory Board of Santiago Network that took place in May. There were also other events and involvement in preparation of the report of the Santiago Network to the governing body and bodies. So a number of activities that your co-chairs have been taken part in. With that, I encourage you to take a look at the report, review it. Please ask if you have any comments or questions. So I'll open the floor for any comments or questions before proposing to take note of the report of the co-chairs. As there are no comments or questions, I take it that the advisory board takes note of the report of the co-chairs. Thank you so much for that. And we will now move to the agenda item, sub-item 3C, reports from subcommittees and task force. At our fourth meeting, the advisory board established 2 subcommittees and 1 task force, namely the budget subcommittee, the conflict of interest subcommittee, and the task force on outreach. The subcommittees and the task force were invited to develop their respective terms of reference for consideration and approval by the advisory board. I would now like to invite representatives of the subcommittees and the task force to provide an update on the progress that has been made since the 4th advisory board meeting. I will first turn to the budget subcommittee, and I will kindly ask Eneida to present the progress of the budget subcommittee.
Thank you very much, Chair. So at its 4th meeting, the advisory board established the budget subcommittee and invited the subcommittee to develop its terms of reference for consideration and approval by the advisory board at the 5th advisory board meeting. The establishment of the subcommittee is consistent with paragraph 23 and 24 of Rules of Procedure of the advisory board. As agreed by the advisory board at its 4th meeting, the budget subcommittee comprises the following members and representatives: Mr. Alfa Kaloga, Ms. Eneida Rabdishta, Ms. Aisha Humera, and Mr. Matthias Bachmann, which has since been replaced in his role at the advisory board. The budget subcommittee convened for the first time on June 10th. During the meeting, the subcommittee members discussed the development of the budget subcommittee terms of reference, as well as the development of the interim mode of work to guide the work of the subcommittee until the terms of reference would be approved by the advisory board. The subcommittee members requested the Santiago Network Secretariat to develop the draft TORs as well as the draft interim mode of work, taking into consideration the guidance provided related to the mandate, role and function, membership, mode of work, accountability and reporting, duration, review and amendment. Following the drafting and review period, the budget subcommittee agreed on its interim mode of work, which has been approved by non-objection on August 21st. The draft terms of reference were initially prepared by the Secretariat, and following consideration of comments and feedback from the subcommittee members, the Secretariat disseminated a subsequent iteration for review by the subcommittee on July 31st. A draft TOR with placeholders was shared with the advisory board ahead of the advisory board meeting. The budget subcommittee met again on September 1st, yesterday morning, ahead the informal advisory board meeting, and finalized its TORs, which were approved within the subcommittee. And the final TORs were confirmed and will be shared with the advisory board for consideration and approval. The subcommittee was invited to consider and informally review the revised 2025 annual budget and the draft 2026 annual budget in advance of their submission to the advisory board. The subcommittee was provided the opportunity to provide comments verbally during a meeting as well as in writing, and the feedback was responded to by the Secretariat and incorporated into the updated document ahead of the submission to the board. As next steps, the budget subcommittee, I would mention that has finalized its TORs, and this will be shared for consideration and approval by the advisory board. And the terms of reference stipulate that the budget subcommittee shall consist of 4 to 6 members. We hereby invite members of the advisory board to self-nominate for a position on the budget subcommittee, subject to approval by the advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eneida. Thank you to all of the budget subcommittee members for this progress. Indeed, we very much welcome that the subcommittee was able to finalize the terms of reference and that you were able to reach an agreement that these could be shared. So they will be shared during the course of today with the advisory board. for consideration, and we would intend to then put this on the agenda tomorrow so that they can be officially approved after you all had the time to familiarize yourselves with those terms of reference. And thank you also for highlighting that according to those new terms of reference that will be adopted, there will be a possibility to extend the number of the subcommittee members. Currently there are 3 members because we have a colleague, Matthias, who was part of the subcommittee, the 4th person who left the advisory board. So currently there are only 3. But we could have between 4 to 6 members. So this is actually a good opportunity to already flag to all of you that there is a possibility to join the budget subcommittee. And if any of you would like to self-nominate at this moment, this is the opportunity for you to show the interest in that. So let me open the floor if anyone would be interested to self-nominate for the budget subcommittee. Muriel?
Yes, I would be happy to contribute.
Thank you so much, Muriel. So we will take note of that. Once the terms of reference are adopted, we will also report that in the report of the meeting. Would anyone else be interested to join the subcommittee? There are 3 subcommittees. Obviously, there's a lot of intersessional work, so this will be, of course, an additional effort from the colleagues. So thank you to all of you who are willing to put yourself forward. Let me then see if there are any other questions or comments to the matters that were presented by the subcommittee.
Sorry, I have to speak now. Stella, we are online and we are also participating. So I raised up my hand to inquire about the prerequisites of the budget committee and say that we are also interested. So please don't forget us online.
Apologies, we do not see the meeting online participants' hands in the meeting room. Apologies for that. Could you please introduce yourself again, because we had problems capturing who you're representing at this moment?
Okay. Thank you so much, Stella. I didn't want to interrupt the meeting. My name is Imali Ngusale from the Africa Center for Health, Climate and Gender Justice Alliance. This is our first online discussion. We were supposed to be there physically, and we're super excited about the Santiago network. We are still waiting to know whether we qualified to be part of the network, but we are happy to volunteer in the budget subcommittee if we fulfill the prerequisites. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Imali, and welcome. This is the matter for advisory board, so we encourage only the members of the advisory board to join the subcommittees, but we're very pleased to hear a lot of interest from observers to take active part in our deliberations and in our meeting. The opportunities for observers to take the floor will be announced by the co-chairs. So we will be opening the floor to advisory board members and representatives, and when time allows, we will be opening the floor to observers to flag if they would like to take the floor by either showing interest, raising their flags in the room, or raising hands online, and we will be informed by the Secretariat on that if we cannot see it on the screen. So at this stage, let me just welcome that we actually have the view of the screen in the room, so we see there is a lot of observer participation online, so we're very pleased and we welcome all of you. But as I said, the budget subcommittee participation is for advisory board members only, so unfortunately we cannot accept observers, but we are very glad that you are part of our deliberations, and we will be flagging to you very clearly when there are opportunities for observers to take part in the discussions in our meeting. But at this stage, I am opening the floor to advisory board members and representatives to see if there are any other comments or questions with to the report that was presented by the budget subcommittee. And that is not the case. So let me now turn to the next of our subcommittees and task force, and I will ask Camila for the conflict of interest subcommittee to give update on the progress made since last meeting.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, for giving me the floor. I am very happy to be reporting back on behalf of the Conflict of Interest Subcommittee, comprised by my colleagues Edie, Rashid, Valentina, and myself. As you know, the Conflict of Interest Subcommittee is mandated by our guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest, which were mandated by decision 12 CMA 4 endorsed by 11 CP 27. And that we approved in our third advisory board meeting, and that they request for a conflict of interest subcommittee to be established. At our fourth meeting, the subcommittee was formed, and we were tasked with developing our terms of reference. And I am very happy to report that through intersessional meetings and work, and a meeting that we held yesterday on the margins of the informal day, we have come to an agreement on the draft terms of reference, and I believe they will also be shared with the whole board for their review and approval tomorrow under this new agenda item that clarifies our ways of working and proposes a formal structure, including the chair, membership, and quorum concerns. And with that, I think it also established that we need to work on our plans, modalities of working going forward, and that is, we have already discussed it as the committee, and is what we will be working during the next intersessional period to make sure that we are promptly responding to any actual or perceived conflict of interests of the board. Thank you. Of the Santiago network and the members and all of the entities covered, not just the board.
Thank you so much, Camila, for that update, and thank you to all members of the Conflict of Interest Subcommittee. Similarly, as with the Budget Subcommittee, we're very pleased to hear that the terms of reference have been finalized by the subcommittee, and they will be shared for review of the advisory board and for subsequent adoption when we come back to this agenda item tomorrow. And of course, this is a very important committee that we have established that is in line with the guidelines on the conflict of interest that we have adopted. So with that, I would kindly like to invite the advisory board members and representatives to familiarize themselves with the guidelines and to remind ourselves that we have those guidelines and that they guide the work that we are doing as advisory board members and representatives. Also, if there's any questions, of course, the subcommittee is there to provide recommendations to clarify any issues with regards to the potential and perceived conflict of interest. But we also have the resources from the Secretariat. So if there's any doubt, if there are any questions or remarks that you would have around those issues, please use the resources of the Secretariat, go back to the guidelines, and we can also come back to those matters. And now that we have the committee established and will be fully operational with the terms of reference, we will be able to really keep those matters at a very close review. So thank you for that update. And let me now turn to the task force on outreach, and I will kindly invite Aisha, who is online, to give us an update on the progress made. Aisha?
Thank you very much. We had a very good interaction. In fact, in the fourth meeting, the advisory board agreed to establish the task force on outreach, and it invited the members to volunteer, and terms of reference were drafted, and in yesterday's meeting, we had detailed deliberation and we have agreed on the terms of reference. The members are Camilla, Akio, Samuel, Gaiden, and myself and Edie. The task force met 3 times, 1st July, 20th August, and today and yesterday. And during the meetings, task force members discussed all these TORs, and we have agreed on it. And I think that's a very good progress. Today, we hope that members will also agree with those TORs, and with consensus, we adopt it. And we stand guided by the co-chairs and the steering committee to continue this good work. And it will be an honor and privilege to look at the strategies on outreach and, keep on giving our input to the members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisha, for the update, and thank you to all of the members of the Task Force Outreach for their work. I'm very glad to see that the procedural aspects of the work have now been finalized and that the TORs of this task force as well are being prepared and will be put forward for the advisory board for their review during the course of the day and possible adoption tomorrow. And we very much look forward to the activities of the task force on outreach that you have just outlined, Aisha. There is quite a lot of work ahead of this task force as well, including reviewing the work that has been planned in the strategies, being part of that work, but also, as we have mentioned this morning, the task that we're proposing to the outreach task force to look into the issue of observer participation and propose potential recommendations for the advisory board on this matter. So thank you so much again for all the work that you have been doing in the subcommittees intersessionally. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for the presentations. Let me just quickly see if there are any additional comments or questions from the advisory board members on those reports. I do not see any, so with that I would propose to the advisory board to take note of the reports of the subcommittees and task force. And seeing no objections, we take note of those reports. Thank you so much. Let me now turn to the agenda item 5, operationalization of the Santiago network, and I will give the floor to my fellow co-chair, Angela.
Thank you so much, Stella. So let's move to agenda item 5A, which is membership of the Santiago network. I would like to start with this sub-item, and as you know, in accordance with Decision 12 CMA4, endorsed by Decision 11 CP27, the Advisory Board at its second meeting approved the guidelines for the designation of organizations, bodies, networks, and experts, OBNEs, as members of the Santiago network, contained in document SNAP/2024/2/OC6-REF2. And at our fourth meeting, the advisory board decided to keep the discussion on the designation of OBNEs as members of the Santiago network as an standing agenda item for future meetings of the advisory board. And in addition, we encourage the Secretariat to expand activities such as global webinars, Santiago Network portal development, member meetings, and engagement with key constituencies. We further stress the need to share information in an accessible, inclusive, simple, and accurate manner. So now I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide an update on progress made since the last meeting of the Advisory Board. Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and we will be pleased to present on membership. Members are intrinsic to the Santiago network structure. They are part of who we are, and therefore it is also key for us and critical to make sure that there is due engagement, both when it comes to the outreach that help us also in getting the composition that is needed to respond to the demand, but also in terms of maintaining and sustaining that engagement. We will be providing an update, and for that my colleague Timo will be speaking of the details of the work that has been done on membership. Thank you very much. Over to you, Timo.
Thank you very much, Carolina. I trust that you can hear me well. It's good to be with you, even if only virtually. My name is Timo Schmidt. I'm a program management specialist with the Santiago Network Interim Secretariat. I will now present on progress related to Santiago Network membership, of which, of course, the Advisory Board has also been continuously kept informed, including through the bi-weekly updates. Next slide, please. Before we get into the substance, the feedback received at SNAP 4 included to strengthen outreach, to expand the network of members, as Angela also mentioned just now, to provide information in an accessible, inclusive, and simple manner, especially for communities, and to continue to expand outreach efforts, as well as to enhance the member webpage by including profiles and further disaggregating the types of OBNEs. Next slide, please. So just taking a look at how far we've come to date, continuous improvements are being made to operations and to streamline processes. This includes that guidelines and procedures have been translated and tailored, and accessible outreach tools have been developed. You will also notice that the Santiago Network portal has been developed, tested, and enhanced, to which I will speak more in a few slides. Next slide, please. So looking at membership composition, the network currently has 62 members, comprising 36 organizations, 2 bodies, 7 networks, and 17 experts. This reflects a steady growth and a broader base to leverage the provision of technical assistance. Important points to take away here: members are diverse, they cover a range of different topics. There's a slide to that end in a few moments. Apart from the core indicative types of expertise, we have also seen an increase in thematic areas that are otherwise underrepresented. For example, in climate finance related to non-economic losses and damages, as well as OBNEs focused on local community level adaptation. Membership is also inclusive. It covers, among others, women-led, indigenous-led, and youth-focused OBNEs. And 1 in 3 new members are based at the national and or community level, which is a welcome development. Moving to the next slide. The current membership base comprises strong technical capacities in a wide range of topics. This includes resilience and adaptation planning, capacity building and knowledge sharing, as well as loss and damage assessments and early warning systems. There are also other notable areas of expertise, including risk analysis and management, as well as human mobility. As mentioned, we have also seen an increase in thematic areas that are otherwise underrepresented, and more systematic tracking of expertise is planned in the future as part of the portal developments that we're undertaking to better understand and address gaps. At the same time, it's important that there is a demand-driven network, and TA technical assistance will, of course, drive membership in specific areas of expertise. We do often receive expressions of interest in bursts, so to say. This is also reflected in the expression of interest uptick that we saw as part of the Vanuatu call for proposals, which were then swiftly processed. Moving on. In terms of the regional spread, we currently have 43.7% of OBNEs operating at the global level, down from 50% when we last presented these figures. 1/5 of all members work in Asia, roughly 15% are concentrated in Oceania, about 10% in Africa, 7% in Latin America and the Caribbean, and then roughly 3% each in Europe and North America. A few notes on that one. Expressions of interest ask for geographical scope. So in the form, it asks to select all that apply. So this is based on self-reporting. Many OBNEs will eventually select global to reflect their potential to engage internationally, even when their primary expertise or operations may be at regional or national or local level. Also to note that global members often contribute at national and local levels, for example, through networks with local affiliates or organizations with national offices. Of course, the arrival of regional presence will also drive engagement at this level and provide opportunities for more hands-on engagement within regions, including in different UN languages. Moving on to the EUIs, so I'll just briefly call them EUIs. We see here that we have received 116 EUIs so far. 62 of those have been admitted to the network. 26 are currently pending requests for additional information. This is a current snapshot. We see also other cases of OBNEs who have had a request for additional information pending that's since been processed. In fact, the majority of all EUIs require some form of request of additional information, and there's often multiple rounds of review and guidance. We're also looking into how to provide more concrete guidance on the information that is requested in the expression of interest forms to reduce the number of requests for additional information. As you can see, the Secretariat invests significant effort, including follow-ups and calls, especially to support local and national OBNEs, as well as key constituencies as part of their EUI journey. 13 EUIs are currently under review. 10 have been asked to resubmit where there was no response following multiple requests for additional information. And then 2 statistics to highlight. We have had 2 exemptions since NAP 4, in line with the guidelines that stipulate that the director of the Santiago Network Secretariat could make exemptions for specific OBNEs, particularly those of local communities, indigenous peoples, youth and children, etc., under criterion 2. Only 5 EUIs did not meet the eligibility criteria stipulated in the guidelines. In these cases, the Secretariat staff conducted multiple rounds of in-depth reviews and follow-ups to request additional information relating to those EUIs, also carefully considered whether an exemption could be made under criterion 2. In all the cases, those OBNEs in question were informed of the decision, as well as the possibility of requests for reconsideration in line with section 5.4 of the guidelines. In addition, the Secretariat offered to provide additional feedback upon request. important to note, reason why we did not see open EUs that fall under this category earlier is we try a lot before we actually conclude that an EOI does not meet the eligibility criteria. So we had several rounds of requests for additional information, including calls with some of them. Again, the advisory board has been informed of this in the bi-weekly updates, as well as the report on the activities of the Secretariat. Other points to note is that we do expect, of course, more expressions of interest as the TA requests increase. We have also seen that following the outreach we have done and in the context of the events we have hosted, that there was an uptick in registrations on the portal. We are undertaking active outreach to see if those OBNEs in question need support in starting their EOI process. Based on the RIs on the calls we have had with OBNEs, we're compiling also lessons learned to inform suggestions on how to improve the EOI process and its related forms for consideration by the AB. Moving on with member engagement. Thank you. We have shared various materials with members. Part of those have been member updates, as well as a calendar of events. Members also receive onboarding material once they have been approved. Notably, we also had the first in-person members meeting at the 8th session of the Global Platform on DRR. We did run a survey ahead of this meeting to understand where most members would be present. So, for instance, the GP or the Bonn climate meetings, which in the end it landed on the Global Platform. And we will continue to operate on this demand-driven approach for member engagement. And then, of course, if you click next, you will note the Nabanga Consortium as a key form of engagement, and more about this in the TA part. Next. Next slide.
It's frozen. Just give us a second, but you can keep going.
Okay, I may just proceed with the membership portal. So the next slide will show you the portal. At the time of SNAP 4, the EOIs had already been largely transitioned to the portal. This is now fully operational to manage submissions and streamline the review process. The portal has since also undergone further refinements. So we have a streamlined submission process for EOIs. We have also simplified and clarified the portal language based on feedback received. We have translated core content into French and Spanish. There's also a feedback form integrated to have a more iterative approach to portal developments, as well as direct communication between the Secretariat and OBNEs during the review process. Important to note here, development of an enhanced portal is also on the way to simplify the user experience and contribute to matchmaking, but also to contribute to functions beyond technical assistance, so as to build the network, facilitate collaboration, including peer-to-peer interaction and knowledge exchange. In the absence of the slides, I'll just continue moving on. So the next slide speaks about targeted outreach. Following the 4th advisory board meeting and in response to relevant decision points, we have also undertaken targeted outreach to increase the inclusivity and diversity of the membership. This has included outreach to key constituencies, accompanied by tailored materials. You may have seen already that we circulated one-pagers in relevant networks, and on this part also, we're back. So next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, there's a photo as well. On this part, thank you very much to the advisory board representatives, as well as other partners, including, for example, Yango UNFCCC constituency representatives, in helping us to develop and circulate these. Next slide, please. In terms of outreach and engagement with OBNEs at events, we had a stakeholder consultation that also, apart from country focal points and others, included a number of OBNEs and members on the Santiago Network strategy. In fact, 52 participants represented Santiago Network members. We also had the Secretariat had a briefing to the Indigenous Peoples Caucus on the margins of SB 62. So together with these one-pagers, we have seen, as mentioned, an increase in portal registrations as well as EOIs in the context of these events. Also, our latest approved member includes a community-based organization led by Indigenous women and persons with disability. And again, we're actively following up with other registrants to ensure that they can start their EOI expression of interest journey accordingly. And then final slide, sort of a bit of an outlook. So of course, we aim to increase the diversity and inclusivity of members across regions and thematic areas. To this end, we will also leverage the upcoming regional presence and conduct further tailored outreach. We will also continue to provide, of course, the support as part of the expression of interest process, but also aim to continue improving accessibility and simplification of these processes. We will continue with the member engagement, including through the portal, as mentioned earlier, working on the enhanced functions to implement the Santiago network functions accordingly. And then also we aim to have more engagement in-person and virtual events, for example, around COP30, and continue to do so both for outreach and engagement in coordination with members. And then finally, we have also, as part of the strategies that have been developed and are ongoing, defined membership typologies, including by strengthening local OBNEs and leveraging capacity for TA. We know that there is a diverse membership base, so there's also real value in clarifying the different types that members can engage, as well as providing practical assistance and encouraging experienced international members to collaborate with local and community-based organizations as part of technical assistance processes, which our colleagues will talk about further as well. So with that, I will stop here. It's a lot to digest, and very happy to take any questions, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you very much for that presentation. I know that it was quite brief in terms of the huge amount of work that you have been doing, and I have to say that I'm really happy to see that you receive 116 expression of interest, which means that everybody is really into this process, and I see a lot of progress in terms of the membership. So with that, I would like to open the floor for comments to the board members and questions, and then I will move to the observers, but first members. So Rachid, you have the floor for by Edie.
Thank you. So, thank you so much for your presentation. We noticed that the Secretariat has made significant progress in operationalization, outreach, and also partnership of Santiago network. We noticed that the network is becoming increasingly diverse. However, as you mentioned, many members still operate at global level, which raise concerns about accessibility and also impact at local level. So I believe that to address this gap, there is still a clear need to expand the efforts to attract more and support local actors. I think that this can be achieved by providing simplified guidance, using clear and non-technical language, also developing multilingual plain language materials, which should be specifically tailored for national and local authorities.
Thank you, Rachid. Edie, you have the...
Oh, thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. So, I just want maybe to raise some points with regard to the profile of the expertise we already have. And when I was looking in the slide of the repartition, so I still have some. I cannot find some profile with regard to non-academic losses, for example. So we need to have some expertise like psychologists or sociologists, anthropologists. So to allow us maybe to have a good evaluation of non-academic losses in partners with the local expertise that they have related to customs and traditions of communities or indigenous people. So maybe we need to see if in the 160 requests we have this kind of profile that are really interesting and important for the communities that need to be displaced from another side. And this kind of profile is very important, and I really want to see it. Secondly, I will just make another remark with regard to the website. To access to the link for filling the form to apply to be for applications. So they cannot see it when they are in the website directly. And we need also to simplify the form, to be the way of filling the form, because I am receiving many questions coming from some OBNEs who want to fill the form, and they say that it's a bit complicated for them to fill it. So thirdly, what I'm seeing in the profile of the expertise, it is the classic one we have when in the discussion and the negotiation. There are some fields that will need, the need is really there, and we maybe need to be very strict in the selection that the OBNs we are going to accredit to give them this work with regard to the demand that is pending for countries and communities. So I think.
Thank you so much, Edie. Alpha?
Thank you, co-chair, and thank for the presentation. And I think it is always a good feeling when we hear that the interest to the Santiago network is growing. I have a couple of questions that are raised in the during the report of the Secretariat. Now I would like to ask some questions on outreach and work on the membership. So the Secretariat indicate that it has conducted tiered outreach to encourage expression of interest. So of youth, women, gender, indigenous people. But I'd like to know more, I'd like to have more information about what this look like and what result those outreach have a yield, and what is the strategy to further streamline or to further improve the outreach so that we can increase the number of members. The second question pertains to the paragraph 24 and 27, in which the Secretariat indicate that a number of OBMEs are being requested to provide additional information. So the question is, if the Secretariat has identified any trend, what the OBMEs are struggling with in filling the form, and how the Secretariat intend to address that. And as for the 5 OBMEs expression of interest that did not meet the eligibility criteria, I think it is definitely important in the near future when reporting to present us those that have not met to get us a sense of the institution that have not met the eligibility criteria, and of course, to indicate, to give us at least a sense why they are not meeting and what are the corrective measures that the Secretariat is planning to do to address that in the future. And it would be important to give more information how the Secretariat would like to resolve that issue and to allow those ABMEs that are not meeting the criteria to become members. The Secretariat also indicated that membership topic of expertise include resilience, adaptation, capacity building, loss and damage assessment, early warning system. But as the colleague Edie indicated, there are priority gaps, and particularly for Africa, no economic losses, which is very important. I am wondering what the Secretariat is doing to ensure that membership is very diverse and that people are filling the priority gaps and help actually have a pool of OBMEs that can respond to the whole range of approaches in terms of loss and damage. And last but not the least, the Secretariat also indicated that half of the members are global, and that here I wanted to indicate that in my point of view, the Secretariat could do much more in terms of securing membership of local OBMEs. For instance, providing knowledge product that gives a range of type of OBMEs that can be submitted. I very much like to get some university in our countries to get in the OBME's business with a view of encouraging curricula in our countries for loss and damage, but also to have more, to go more at local level in terms of OBMEs. So I would like also to acknowledge yesterday we received the confirmation of the OBMEs membership of ENDA Senegal that we have been encouraging. And I think this is a very good news, and I would like to see much more of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alpha. I'm going to give the floor to Gideon and Camila, and then I pause and give the floor to the Secretariat, and then the second round of comments for the Advisory Board members.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I would also like to appreciate the great work done by the Secretariats, and we have seen the significant progress made and to reach out to members and constituency, especially indigenous people, children and youth, and we have met the Secretariat during the SB 62. The Executive Director and the team were participated to our caucus in Bonn, and this has really increased the number of indigenous people organizations to become the member of the Santiago network. So the great, remarkable progress has made, and we are seeing the network is growing to make sure that the network will do technical assistance to most vulnerable communities. Now, my question is that you have mentioned among the 62 OBNEs, how many would like to see how many specifically the members from indigenous people, the members organization from children and youth, and women as well. We would like to see them in numbers so that we can make track numbers and to see the interest from these groups. You have also mentioned that 5 did not meet the eligibility criteria, and also would like to see why this happened. Is it maybe the application form might be complex and that the organization cannot be able to fill the form in an appropriate manner, and that really call for probably an adjustment and to make it more simple so that the applicant might be able to make the applications in an efficient manner. From our constituents, indigenous people, we have received information from many applicants, received cases that they have faced difficulties on applications link or membership portal that was not functioning either. So I think the Secretariat should look on the portal or the link or the application form so that the local grassroots organization be able to make application in a simple way as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gideon. Camila?
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and thank you for that presentation. I think I'll also join our colleagues that are acknowledging the significant work that has been done on these topics intersessionally. And with that, I'm very happy to have you back, Timo, and back on board with this part of the work that I think it's crucial to the network that we are building. I think I'll try to be brief and agree with Rashid that one of the main challenges is ensuring growth that is of global representation of networks and that includes expertise in line with the technical assistance requests that we hope to be receiving, so that from the lessons that we are already learning from the technical assistance requests that we are receiving by countries and communities. And I think that that should be feed into this process. Some of what we have heard in that analysis of the technical assistance received that we saw yesterday, and that might come in. Otherwise, I would love to see how that is feeding into the work that then we are doing with membership and outreach. I'd also, I think as ED and Alpha mentioned, think it's very important that we do some understanding on the barriers of membership, and I would love to have some maybe clearer information on what those barriers are and what is the work that we're doing to support OB&Es in responding to that. I think it's also important that we start thinking as we're going to a permanent secretariat, how these lessons learned, both on these requests and the works that were being done, is then being transferred to our regional coordinators that will be coming on board, and how we are thinking of what information we're giving them on the tasks, particularly in that reaching out to OB&Es and the work that they're doing in supporting. So how are we sort of keeping track of this so that that is one of the key aspects of their work when they come in? I think in line with what Gideon was saying, I was very happy to see an improved portal. I do sometimes go sort of take a look at who's there, who isn't, and how you can search. I think we'd mentioned it at some point in these discussions in the last board, and you can categorize them by region, and that's really useful, by type being O, B, N, O, or E. But I think it would be really useful to also have the possibility to categorize them by topics of experts. So for instance, indigenous peoples, children, gender, immediate response, or more disaster risk reduction. On some of the, I know that might be a bit more difficult to done, but we could at least have some types of categories that might make it a lot easier for people, because I think this is also fundamentally a place where people are going to come see who's working on this area, that might be of use to all other actors in the loss and damage landscape, sort of in towards promoting coordination. I don't think, I mean, the EXCOM, the FRLD, they're not doing this. So this is a good input and source of information for anyone working on loss and damage, who is and who's working on what. So hopefully, as we will be working in our work plan on the portal, that might be one of the ways in which that can be improved. And just to say that I very much look forward to working on all this and continue supporting as a member of the task force on outreach, so that I happy to engage intersessionally on how we continue to diversify and engage on the members to support the overall vision of this network. But congratulations, I think there is a lot of work being done there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Camila. So now I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat to respond to some of the questions, and then I will continue with the speaking list. Timo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Angela. Yeah, thank you very much for the comments, well noted, and the questions as well. Perhaps starting and grouping them a little bit together with the on the questions around global membership and local engagement. Noteworthy here is that when members actually apply to provide technical assistance, for example, via grant call for proposals, the criteria and evaluation will ensure that the selected technical assistance provider is equipped to meet relevant local demands and can operate on the ground. So that is part of the established processes and procedures. Noting here again that since NAP 4, new members that have been approved, 1 and 3 out of those were operating at the national and local level, and we strive to continue to increase that number. And just to caveat as well that global members often also contribute at national and local levels. So even if they may self-select global, they may still have local affiliates or organizations with national offices. Also, Alpha, to your point, we have actually seen universities submit expressions of interest. So hopefully we can also approve those as members going forward. And we will, of course, continue working on simplified guidance as well as multi-language guidance. And the portal being translated into French and Spanish is one step towards that. In terms of the different types of expertise, it is good that we include a category on non-economic losses and damages based on the comments received so far, so we can do that. We also just in that vein recently approved a member focused on mental health, so we do see different areas around loss and damage, especially the non-economic versions of it, being covered and captured in sort of the more underrepresented areas of the work. We also have members working on human mobility and displacement, which speaks to that, and will of course operate also on this demand-driven approach that if new areas of expertise are required, we will seek to fill those gaps. Some questions were more about the processes and the operational dimensions of the work. Based on the requests of additional information that we had to do and the calls we have had with OBNEs, we are compiling lessons learned to inform suggestions on how to improve the EOI process and its related forms for considerations to the advisory board, so you'll receive that as well. Oftentimes we find that there are challenges around demonstrating relevant experience, sometimes part of the form being complex, sometimes part of the OBNEs needing to find ways to demonstrate their experience to loss and damage concretely. So we will help them along the way and have been very supportive in that part. So this is also just a call to everyone who considers submitting an expression of interest. Please do so. The Secretariat will work with those OBNEs to ensure that all the information is there. And of course, in parallel, we will work to continue to simplify language and accessibility. We may also consider some form of standardization, very much hear your points as well, Camila, on different typologies of expertise and how we communicate that. So that is work that I think we can continue also intersessionally. In terms of the members not meeting the criteria, there was a question around that. In addition to what I've already presented, to note that in most cases, those OBNEs and questions did not meet criterion 2 related to the 3 years of demonstrable experience in providing TA in topics relevant to loss and damage. And they also did not qualify for an exemption under that criterion. You've also seen the relevant information in the Secretariat report. Finally, on outreach, we have, as mentioned, developed tailored outreach materials and circulated those in relevant networks and brought to relevant events. Here also noteworthy, as Gideon alluded to, is the Indigenous Peoples Caucus at SB 62. We have seen an uptick in portal registrations in EOIs, which is a tangible result. And as mentioned, we're actively following up with OBNEs that have registered on the portal, but not yet submitted EOIs. In the latest round of approved members, we had also one OBNE focused specifically on women and disability as well as Indigenous peoples. And as mentioned earlier, 1 in 3 out of those OBNEs operate at the national and local level. But happy to also further provide information on that intersessionally as requested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Timo. Now I would like to continue with the list. We have Akio, followed by Heidi, then Muriel, then Gladys.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I'd like to echo the comments by previous speakers, Gideon, Camila, on the importance of the transparency of the information of the OBNEs members we already registered. But anyway, I'm happy that Secretariat receives more than 100 expressions of interest. So I hope that the number of EOE and registered members will much increase. So from this context, it is more important to enhance the transparency of the information of the members through by improving the portal, as mentioned by others. So which organization, which OBNEs in which region has what type of expertise. This is very important. And also it's kind of chicken and egg issues, but perhaps we expect more technical requests coming to the Secretariat. So also Secretariat has managed the matchmaking process. I think it's good, but it's very important to enhance the transparency on this information to us and also the potential OBNEs and potential organizations who make a request for the technical assistance to enhance to make available what kind of expertise can be available provided by the OBNEs. So that is linked to the efficiency of the outreach and communication strategy. So I hope that Secretariat will make efforts to improve the functionality of the portal in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akio. Heidi, followed by Muri.
Thank you. And first of all, just support all the points made so far. I think there's been a useful discussion, and thanks, Timo, for the useful presentation. My first point is when we agreed to adopt the OBNE guidelines, we agreed to translation into the UN languages. I just wanted to follow up on, we only have English, French, and Spanish. So what about the additional language? I saw in the Senegal workshop, you had live translation into Arabic, Portuguese, and French. So it's useful to see that and to understand what we're doing about broadening the languages, not only UN languages, but local languages too. And then reiterate the points made on the local, national level membership and moving from global level actors who may already know how to engage in these types of bodies. And I just wanted to highlight, and I know this has been considered by the Secretariat, but the example of Vanuatu, where when they came with their requests, there wasn't necessarily the membership already to service their requests. So building on the lessons of how that contributed to building a membership in that region, how can we ensure that when other requests are coming from other regions, we can enhance the ability of the membership to grow in response to the demand that's coming from countries. So we have accurate matchmaking and not only drawing from the current membership. It's at least in this early stage where the membership is still growing. On the women and gender, the youth, the Indigenous people engagement, fabulous to see that. And I mean, this is interrelated across the engagement strategy as well, but I'd like to see us also consider the additional groups beyond those three constituencies. And we have, of course, the Paris Agreement 11th preambular paragraph with some additional guidance on who those groups are, as well as the global stocktake decision, which covers other vulnerable groups that would have expertise and experience to contribute to technical assistance requests. And I also wanted to acknowledge we have Miwa here from the WIM Executive Committee Secretariat and our other ExCom members. And Camilla mentioned this earlier in her intervention, the synergies across the different loss and damage bodies in terms of the types of expertise that's needed and the types of loss and damage response that we're discussing. And it was useful to hear you, Camilla, talking about the time frames as well. And I'm thinking also about the discussion we have on the scope of what loss and damage is. So we have in the funding arrangements discussion with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, we talk about the humanitarian, the disaster risk reduction, the adaptation, the development. And I think it would be helpful if the Secretariat can sort of unpack that a little bit and ensure that the OBNE network is growing in accordance with, and Alpha mentioned this earlier, what the priority gaps that these bodies are seeing for loss and damage specifically, and not duplicating other areas where maybe there's already avenues for assistance. And as well on the point of the executive committee, last year at the September meeting of the ExCom, they had the thematic expert groups meet just in the day prior to the meeting, and that was quite a useful exchange, bringing the members and the board together. So I saw in one of the documents there was a proposal for 4 in-person meetings of members next year. It would be useful to consider how at least one of those maybe could be aligned with the advisory board meetings, so there can be exchange between members, member OBNEs and advisory board members, as well as the observers that are attending the meetings. And then the final thing on the ExCom would also be to understand how their roster of experts and generally how their membership, lessons learned, etc., with building expertise there could be learned from here. And then Camilla also mentioned the regional coordinators and their role in the membership. I agree that they're key, but it would be useful to reflect on their roles and responsibilities and making sure we don't overburden them with all the things we need to engage with the regions, and how we're ensuring they have the capacity to deliver effectively on that important role. And I think, Timo, you mentioned about OB&E expressions of interest. I think I heard this correctly with people that didn't succeed because they were working on topics not relevant to loss and damage. So I just want to check if I heard that correctly, and maybe by your facial expression I didn't hear that correctly. So it would be useful to just, again, everybody has raised this, but just to unpack a little bit more why certain expressions of interest maybe have not succeeded, so we can engage with how to address that, and perhaps even to understand more about those couple that you, Carolina, let through, to engage people that maybe were struggling with the form. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Heidi. Muriel.
Yes. Echoing, of course, some of the comments which were made, that we need the different disciplines, we need to have the different actors on the different levels, and for us also very important to leverage actually the local knowledge and having also the outreach with specific constituencies. I have 3 questions. One question is, and maybe it's a little bit going in what Heidi also asked, is to what extent actually you also do or do the outreach with the whole humanitarian system and the actors, the UNDRR actors. That's one question. The second question is also to what extent you're doing also outreach to potential members, actors, also in fragile, maybe even conflict-affected settings, because they have their own challenges, but also specific expertise, which is, I think, quite important. And then a third question where I'm not entirely clear is the objective to sort of reach out or to gain more members so that you can draw on this expertise, but also to what extent actually you're planning to have sort of a community of practice, and then also for what purpose? Like, is it, I mean, I think what would be really good is to bring these members together on a regular basis, and then also see how they can also really work together and co-create together. But of course, it's also a bit challenging because there are so different types of members, and actually, how do you do that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muriel. Gladys?
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to echo some comments made by Camila and other colleagues about the webpage and how we see there the OB&Es that are from different regions. For instance, for me, it's very important the Latin American region that I represent. And when I go to the webpage, I cannot really see if there are organizations from the Latin American region. For me, it's confusing because I see many of them are global, but if I really go into detail, there's only one organization from Latin America and the Caribbean. It's from Latin America and the Caribbean. So it would be good to have a little bit of more information on that, or more, I don't know, specific filters that you can apply there. And also, I would encourage the Secretariat, thank you for all your efforts, but I would encourage the Secretariat to do more effort in the outreach to OB&Es from our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, and in particular for local OB&Es, or for local communities, indigenous people, women, etc., from all over the world. I think we don't, actually, I cannot now filter in a way to see if there are local organizations in there that work with local communities, and considering that then we will have a special, a specific minimum percentage for local communities. So I might think that maybe a specific organization might want to apply to that minimum percentage. So I would encourage to put more information on the webpage on, with that focus in mind. That will be for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. Now I would like to give the floor to the two observers who raised their hand. Could you please introduce yourself? Do we have observers also? Sorry for that. And okay, so I'm going to start with the two online, and then I will go back to the observer who's here in presence and in person. Could you please introduce yourself? I cannot see. I see Dr. Heater, but I don't know which organization are you representing. Thank you for turning on the camera. I would like to kindly ask to be brief because we are very back from the agenda and we need to move forward. We have a lot of agenda items in front of us. But please introduce yourself and share with us your views. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Heather Gilfreriking. I'm with Carleton University in Canada. My specialty is the intersection between cultural heritage and climate change. And I'd like to particularly emphasize the need to have specialists on the panel that are familiar with intangible cultural heritage and cultural heritage. I'm not seeing enough of experts, and I'm greatly in awe of the work that the outreach panel has been doing, but I really would like to see more expertise in that area. So in particular, when we're talking about NELD, we need to be looking at the fact that there's a lack of law and policy in that area. I'm a lawyer and I specialize in the area, or I'm a legal specialist in that area of law and policy related to NELD, intangible cultural heritage. We're not just talking about rituals. We're talking about burial areas. We're talking about sacred sites, medicinal plants, foodways, ritual use, even things as simple as kinship, who's related to who. All of these are really critical in terms of preservation, and we don't have any expertise, or I'm not noting any expertise as part of that. So I'd really like to make a plea for those sorts of things to be represented in your expertise, both in terms of the legal side of things and in terms of the anthropological expertise side of things. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your views. We have Goodman from EcoClean Active Initiative. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Co-Chair. Good morning from Nigeria. My name is Goodness Dixon, and we are a youth-led NGO in Nigeria. I just want to appreciate the work that the secretariats are doing when it comes to Santiago and then loss and damage and the mechanism around it. Being a Yongo Council member, I want to find out if we are to also follow the same process to register as part of this Santiago network, or we have a much easier way of registering, knowing that we are also part of the UNFCCC NGOs. So that is one. Then secondly is, how are the youth being involved when it comes to the Santiago communication and network? Because where I come from Nigeria, we have a lot of loss and damage and so many climate issues. And I think youth should be involved when it comes to discussing these key issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'd like to give the floor to Manuela, who's a board member.
Yes, thanks, and good morning, everyone. And since it's the first time I'm taking the floor, thanks to the co-chairs and secretariat for all the work and for the constructive discussion this morning in the board meeting. Just one quick point. I would like to encourage the secretariat and us as a board to support the OBNEs to work together on a local level. Looking at the Vanuatu case, where we saw that actually a consortia of, I guess, 4 organizations works together, including private sector, and which apparently seems to be a model for success and a role model for others. So this is maybe a way forward to take, as this will also help, as we just heard, OBNEs to grow their capacities and to actually build the network that we want to achieve both on local and regional and global level. So this is something we might consider also as a learning in the long run for the network. Yeah, so just as a quick addition to the other points that have already been made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, we have International Indian Treaty Council. And then I go back to the Secretariat for the last questions.
Chokwe Utesia, thank you very much. I'm Andrea Carmen from the International Indian Treaty Council, but specifically on this body, I'm the alternate for the Indigenous Peoples Constituency, the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change, supporting here the primary representative, Gideon Sanango. I would like to make just a couple brief comments about membership. One is in response to the speaker from Canada that spoke online. The Indigenous Peoples constituency as members of this advisory body, of course, focus specifically on intersection between traditional knowledge, cultural heritage, and averting, adapting to and responding to loss and damage around climate change. And averting is a very important word, I think, that we have to uplift here. And in that regard, Gideon and I have made specific attempts and efforts in conjunction with other members of the advisory board to reach out to Indigenous peoples as holders of knowledge, recognized holders of knowledge within the UNFCCC process. And all of our knowledge, I would say, is implemented on the local or land-based area. And we'll talk a little bit about a couple of contributions we're sharing right before lunch. But it's very important, we agree, that the ecosystem approach be maintained, and that's what we've promoted here, so that, for instance, desert farmers in Arizona, northern Mexico can share expertise for averting loss and damage and adapting and mitigating as well with desert farmers in Africa or the UAE. We've been approached by a state to share that knowledge for drought-resistant farming, et cetera. So I think this is important. It has been confusing, and that's why we've developed a one-page sheet that I hope can be posted on the website in the 5 languages that Indigenous peoples use as their second language, including Russian and Portuguese, French, English, and Spanish, and that material be accessible to Indigenous peoples. And we are beginning to see generation of interest. We also hope to have another side event like we've had at the Substa and at previous COPs in conjunction with other members, specifically reaching out to Indigenous peoples in this regard. So we're very excited by this process and the interest we've been able to generate. We do appreciate if materials can be more accessible to Indigenous peoples, and even those of us that represent international organizations like mine with ECOSOC status at the United Nations are made up of specific land-based Indigenous peoples from 5 regions, and on that basis they're offering expertise and requesting expertise in this process. And just to conclude, having been co-chair of the facilitative working group of the platform and been engaged in this process for many years, I think this is one of the most concrete and productive results that we have ever seen at the UNFCCC, and are very enthused to continue our engagement as the constituency of Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Thank you very much, International Indian Treaty Council. I would like to give the floor back to the Secretariat for a small remarks on the final comments made. And then I would like to propose a way forward on this agenda item. But also I would like to highlight that we will give the opportunity to the other observers to comment at the end of this agenda item, because we are quite back on the agenda. We need to move forward. So you will have the opportunity to speak once again at the end of the agenda item 5C on all the areas that we are discussing here, so we can save time. So Timo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'll just be brief. Yeah, thank you for the questions. First, on the information sharing, we will, of course, continue to share relevant updates and statistics as part of the bi-weekly updates intersessionally, as well as through the relevant reports and meetings in terms of information sharing transparency. I just want to note on the 116 EOIs, many of those have been also pending requests for additional information. So to say, the ball is not always in our court, but we really try our best to support OBNEs along the journey and support them with any guidance or materials they may need to ensure they can finalize the expression of interest accordingly. A few operational questions. Yes, we will definitely continue to simplify the portal as well as the guidance. Following the approval of the COM strategy, there will also be the online translations. And also in terms of operationalizing global and local partnerships, as there was a question to that end as well. We, of course, encourage, in line with the OBNE guidelines, experienced international members to collaborate with local and community-based organizations. This is also seen as part of the, the development of a community of practice. In terms of meeting technical assistance demand, we see that as part of the Vanuatu call for proposals, we did see an uptick of OBNEs from that region with specific expertise. And this is also because OBNEs can submit a call for proposals if they have submitted an expression of interest prior to the deadline. So we often see the membership grow in parallel to the TA request. We will, of course, also consider additional groups beyond the key constituencies. Thank you also for that point. I think it was made by Heidi, especially in regard to the 11th preamble paragraphs and the global stocktake decision. In terms of the question around WIM XCOM, we have been trying to align with those processes as well, and thank you for the suggestions to that end. I think this also builds on the discussions from the AB members and representatives at the 22nd meeting of the XCOM that was held in May under the collaboration with the advisory board on the Santiago network. Then in terms of filtering, I think there's a call to have more filtering as part of the data that we represent, which I think it's good to always disaggregate the data further. It may also require looking into how we need to may standardize the form, the expression of interest form, so that we can capture this data in a robust way. So this is something that we can work on intersessionally. There have been also a few calls by those such as Dr. Heather Gill-Firkin on the non-economic losses and damages. Thank you for that. I think this was also picked up by the Speaker of the International Indian Treaty Council on ensuring that we have relevant expertise represented in the membership. To your point specifically, Goodness Dixon, we very much welcome, of course, youth organizations. There's also an exemption under Criterion 2 in terms of demonstrated experience. So we do want to provide a pathway for those key constituencies to the network, even if they may fall short of that criterion. So again, the call is to really get in touch with us, and we will work with you on that expression of interest. In terms of the members not meeting the criteria set out in the guidelines, again, in most cases, this was or related to OBNEs that did not meet Criterion 2, related to 3 years of demonstrable experience, which is a quantitative criterion and doesn't leave margin for error really in topics relevant to averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. They also did not qualify for an exemption under that criterion. Finally, a question around community of practice. We, of course, also do general outreach with different communities as part of key events to build that community of practice. And apart from the key function of the Santiago network to leverage OBNEs for technical assistance, we're also planning in parallel with the development of the new enhanced portal ways to foster interaction between them, including peer learning and knowledge exchange. As well as building this main hub for members to engage with each other. You will also see here the guidance products around knowledge products, which will be important to that end. So I hope with that I was able to answer most, if not all, of your questions, and look forward to further comments in the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Timo. I know that it was a lot of information and a lot of questions, but I think it was really useful, this agenda item and all the exchange that we have here. So now we'd like just to share perhaps with you the way forward with this agenda item. So what we would like to suggest is that we have it all the, key comments reflected in the report. For instance, the comments on the need to update the webpage or the portal just to reflect the categories, for instance, that some of you highlighted, the continued efforts in terms of the translation of the guidance for the OVNEs in terms of how to become an OVNE. To have also in the report the interest or the importance to continue working on the diversification of membership, not only having, international organizations, but also to have local organizations and the continued efforts on lessons learned. So those are perhaps the main points that you raise. Of course, there are more that you raise during this session. And what we are gonna do is to request the Secretariat to reflect those areas in the report, and you will have the opportunity to review those convergence in the report before we adopt it in the plenary session. So that's the way forward, if that's agreeable to all of you. I see none objections. So with that, I would like to break for some minutes, but before to go to a break, I'm gonna give 1 minute to Gideon to introduce, they will project one video while we are taking our break, so you can feel free to go to your break, and if you want to stay to watch a video, and we want to let them project a video in terms of successful experience on this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We have 2 video clips, and I seek for your guidance, because we would like to make sure that the board members and the observers in the room will be able to watch the video, 2 videos. One has 10 minutes, the other one have 15 minutes, so I seek for your guidance whether this is possible, or maybe right after the lunch. So, yeah, I would like to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Gideon, and I think we want to allow you to present those videos, but it's something that we can do only during the breaks or during, when we have time to relax a little bit, but we cannot use the time of the board meetings where we have to discuss substantive matters. So if you want to project a video where we are taking some food and someone want to, see the video in the meantime, that's helpful for us. But otherwise, we do not have enough time. You know that we have plenty, substantive matters to discuss during this meeting, and this is a, concession in the sense that we don't have it in the agenda. This is something that we just want to allow you to share your experience where we have the break. So we are gonna have our family photo before the break, and then we go into the break. And if you want to project your video in the meantime, that's okay, but we need to continue our substantive work. Thank you so much.
Hey, ach du bist es ja, ja, hey. Wie ist es? Ich hab nicht Zeit, aber ich hab so ganz viel mit dir. Sehr gerne wieder. Und wie ist es? Ja, den kenn ich gut sogar. Das sind alte Nee, meiner ist
Ja, ja, macht das. Oh, natürlich, klar.
Luis, estamos viendo.
We ask the observers to join us. Oh, I understood. I understood the question.
people know? Should we let people know we're going to start the video?
I think the co-chairs have to just put it up and it can go in the break, like it can be running in the break, but we'll put it up again during lunch.
Okay, well, it shows it step by step though, how to make the Adobe. So,
Yeah, I think during lunch when it plays in, all it's better.
yeah, maybe lunch will be better,
Maybe lunch?
you know? Yeah, if we can announce before we go to lunch that maybe 10 minutes before lunch ends, we're going to be starting, you know, show the video. We can show, people are asking.
Yeah, I think it's best to do it during lunch also because observers don't leave for lunch. A lot of the times they're still in their room. So then they have that playing and then they can pay more attention to it.
Okay. The thing is when they.
Would you like the board members?
Yeah, we want the board members to see.
That one's trickier.
That's what they're supposed to be doing. And this is speculative. We like the board members.
We are flexible.
We have 3 days.
Yeah.
So we can, we really want the board members to see because to us, this is the reason. The show. And both of them say they want to share, which is important. They're not videos made by someone else. They're videos made by the people. And we would like to see, I think there is funding for videos and documentation. It doesn't take much. Subtitles sometimes if they're in Spanish. I know people want to make videos.
I think that's something that needs to be clarified for the networks channels on what it is that we're sharing. So I was mentioning before that for now we only share what the network has done. We haven't really expanded into sharing what members are doing where the network is not involved. So I think that's maybe also board guidance thing in the comm strategy review. If that is something that the network has a role to play in or not, if it does, then that's absolutely something we can do, especially on social media. But right now we've limited it to just what the network does because there's not a strategy in place that guides what we do. So I think it's worth raising and that we have clarity on what the secretariat involves.
It would be good for us to post them at least on I don't know how you post the knowledge there or like the kind of expertise that members are offering, you know, because this shows it, you know, and it actually provides it. It might be enough, you know, just those videos. For people to start to do that in the community. We're talking about the benefits of horse manure versus cow manure. For making Adobe, we use horse manure. Cows, you need the straw, you know, horses don't have as much digestion of what they eat. Like, if they're bad, it's bad for us to use horse manure for soil because the growth of grass and leaves.
Yeah.
Whereas cows have 2 stomachs, and they really digest it thoroughly. So it's good for fertilizer.
Okay.
No,
I never knew.
In the video, you
Good
watch
to
the
know.
video, it'll explain
Yeah.
how many parts of it were to dirt, you know. But we also have dirt that has a lot of things. And water, that's all it takes.
No, that's very, I knew about cow manure, but I didn't know the rationale and the difference behind it.
I know about that.
Yeah. No, I think there is definitely. Okay. Very interesting. I think there is in terms of the knowledge product aspect of that also it's not just comms, it is the knowledge aspect. And I think once that is clear too, there is a space to be created on the board especially.
So how are we going to provide that?
Yeah.
You know, do we have to go there and, you know, see it, or, and I totally agree. It's gotta be, not so much local, but like the Hawaii video, it's showing the water system, you know, care or efficiency. It's not gonna work. They don't have that social water. You know, I wish they did. So we have to travel. And we live now, huge trail. I mean, just
Yeah.
the corners. I kind of laugh that when you say shows the expertise, it's cultural insult. Cultural heritage, say what? We're all about,
Yeah.
you know, it's not a difference. And
Right.
and, you know,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, I hope we really want to show when next time.
I
And I'm gonna come back.
on people comment.
Okay.
And then if at the end of the day.
Both of them, right? Both of them. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we, you know, and maybe at the end of the day, that is, yeah. I think these are really good examples.
If you ever have one of these charges, message me, we'll always bring you. No,
You know, knowledge has to be did it, but running water down but now they're using what was there before, what they found there, this, you know, very advanced knowledge, how to make flow, levels of water, each bed, and then the bottom ones are fish that are actually organs. And it's really quite amazing, they're just restoring something.
Yeah. No, I think it's very well.
That's all right, we're using what we always use, you know, but now people are starting to say, wow, you know, that's something we can do now.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make one on soil conservation. So that's, yeah, we want to really, and we also want to do one on fire. Alaska, Australia, Canada, you know, that would be really interesting. Yeah.
No, very
Do it.
to know.
Yeah, okay, sure. I think we're gonna do that lunch. We produced one of them and then they shipped Hawaii. The original water.
All the people now?
We need to. We need that. You should get one of these. Actually, my husband is a teacher, and it shows but then they're filming they're using the university.
I'm just like, I've got somehow in the next few hours to revise that. I think you mean to shift.
Have them too, you know.
Oh yeah, the same thing with all the. Well, I took it with some.
Yeah. I don't know if we've uploaded it.
I don't think it. I think what I'm trying to do is just try and too many controversial issues. Well, yeah, I mean, and also I have to align with you. So I can't really do it until I get your feedback. So that's what I said. Yeah. And that's the work program you said? I also didn't read the whole thing, so I'm not. Do you think anybody would be this for? I mean, fair.
Do you know about international conditions?
Colleagues, could you please take your seats? Thank you so much for coming. We're going to continue with our agenda, but we just want to highlight that we move the lunch because we are behind the schedule. We moved the lunch for in 1 hour and a half, and that's the situation. I know this is the first day, and it shows us that we need to expedite our work because we need to be very efficient. And we expect that in this 1 hour and a half, we have the opportunity to finalize the agenda item 5, which is also key for us and for our future work. So let me call your attention to agenda item 5B, which is related to catalyzing technical assistance. As you know, in accordance with Decision 12 CMA4, endorsed by Decision 11 CP 27, the Advisory Board at its third meeting approved the guidelines and procedures for responding to requests for technical assistance, which is contained in document SNAP/2024/3/6-Rev2. And at our fourth meeting, the Advisory Board decided to keep the discussion on the provision of technical assistance as a standing agenda item for future meetings of the Advisory Board. The Advisory Board further noted the urgent need to increase the number of requests from developing countries, particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and requested the Secretariat to continue and increase its outreach to countries, including national liaisons to the Santiago Network Secretariat and the UNFCCC national focal points to address these concerns. The advisory board noted the importance of providing information on technical assistance to external channels in a manner that considers accessibility, inclusiveness, and simplicity. Asked the Secretariat to communicate in accordance with these principles while ensuring accurate representation of information while making it easily accessible, and requested the Secretariat to simplify the language and length of the guidelines for easy understanding by proponents and communities. We also would like to welcome the organization of the workshop for least developing countries and small island developing states in the Pacific in 2024, as was mentioned in our reports. Requested the Secretariat to expedite the organizations of the pending LDCs and SIDS workshops in Africa and the Caribbean in 2025, and identify further outreach opportunities in developing countries particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. As a reminder, the Advisory Board adopted the guidelines for technical assistance at its third meeting and included a review period of 2 years, informed by lessons and experiences in implementation. As such, the revision will be conducted in 2026. I would like now to invite the Secretariat to provide an update on progress made since the last meeting of the Advisory Board. Secretariat.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and it is a pleasure also to address you to present Catalyzing Technical Assistance. It is at the heart of the mission of the Santiago Network and also is the heart and soul of what we do. In advancing technical assistance, we have undertaken a number of efforts, including strengthening outreach, as mentioned also in some other presentations. As part of this, making guidance more accessible, inclusive, and simpler. There has been an effort also in that respect, and building on the lessons that we're starting to gain from the implementation, with our first TA now being implemented, and also making sure that we learn on those lessons and also on the lessons coming out from outreach. All of this has led also to an increase in the interest and also an increase in the submission of technical assistance requests at different stages. This signals already the initial development of a demand-driven pipeline. Along those lines, also we are planning to resource the technical assistance function accordingly, so we can also assist in an expedited manner proponents and potential proponents and provide them also with Secretariat support end-to-end throughout the technical assistance workflow. To provide also information on the detailed activities that have been undertaken, my colleague Christine will give a presentation and will be ready also to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you. Over to you, Christine.
Thank you very much. Since I'm taking the floor for the first time today, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Kristen Meyer. I'm technical advisor to the Interim Secretariat, focusing on technical assistance. If we move to the first slide, this is just a reminder, and our co-chairs have already read out what was decided at the last meeting, but just to reiterate that we really focused during this period on strengthening the outreach to countries and especially also the engagement with national liaisons, and where there are no national liaisons with the UNFCCC focal points, and to provide information in an accessible, inclusive, and simpler manner. And to also keep learning from the lessons on applying operational processes, including the lessons learned from implementing technical assistance in Vanuatu, but also now with the processing the new requests that are coming in. And of course, the need to increase the number of technical assistance requests. Just a reminder on how far we have come, and Angela just said it, that the guidelines were adopted at our third meeting, and since then they were translated into French and Spanish, and there is a plan to translate them into the other UN languages as well. And from that, since the last meeting, we have really worked much more on making the operational procedures and processes, putting those in place, and simplifying as much as possible, but also keeping in mind the due diligence process behind this. Maybe also to say that we have worked on simplifying information on the website and also in terms of how we present information to potential proponents and countries in terms of the presentations that we do, the briefings that we do, and the kind of graphics and information that we have now developed over the last few weeks. And this has, as we have already heard earlier today, led to an increase in the requests for technical assistance. In the Secretariat report, you will have seen that we reported on 3. Since the publishing of the report, we have now increased that number to 7 formal requests, also with a few more requests already being prepared that we know of, where we're already having bilateral engagements with countries. And you will have also seen that one request did not meet the criteria and was not moved forward. If we move to the next slide, just a reflection on how we moved from a request to the delivery, and this really illustrates, on the case of Vanuatu, how far we've come. You can see here some of the consortium members. And worth highlighting is, and we have heard it also already today, that there is one indigenous people's organization also part of the consortium, which is just to reiterate that when we work with requests, we really aim to tailor it as much as possible to the needs of the proponent, of course, and align the criteria that are in the call for proposals that members can respond to with the criteria that are required to deliver the technical assistance. So in this case, very good outcome in that respect. But perhaps also to mention how we're now moving forward from the implementation side, because this is also an area where we're rapidly learning. With the consortium, we're working, we're in touch with them on a regular basis, and we have monthly check-ins to just see how it's going and to address any challenges that they might face. And also we're in touch with the government of Vanuatu to see that it's really delivering to what they requested. If we move to the next slide, this is an overview of the outreach activities and the engagement activities that we have conducted in the last few months and weeks. You will see, perhaps just to highlight, information sessions that we conducted for national liaisons and UNFCCC focal points, as well as engagements on the margins of events such as the 8th session of the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Bonn Climate Meetings, and as well as the Pacific Loss and Damage Dialogues. And these were quite instrumental as well, because it enabled us to have the in-person and face-to-face engagement, to have briefings for different groups, for regional groups. Gideon also mentioned already the Indigenous Peoples Caucus, and also to have the bilateral engagements to really support and tailor our support to the needs of the proponents for requests for technical assistance. And we're seeing now, sort of 2 months after the Bonn Climate Meetings and the Global Platform, that more and more countries are getting ready to submit their requests. We are continuing our bilateral engagements and also sessions online. This is something that we want to take forward. And of course, also the engagement with LDCs and SIDS. And there will be a little bit, I will talk a little bit more on that engagement and how we approached it there. What is also striking, for instance, at the Bonn Climate Meetings, I think, Manuela, you were mentioning it yesterday, that event that took place there, and the high level of engagement there, and the breakout sessions through a World Cafe, where also Vanuatu was able to share their experience, and they told us that they're getting a lot of questions from national delegates. So this peer-to-peer learning is also an element that we want to draw on a little bit more, because it really makes it much more, brings it to life and makes it much more tangible in terms of the experience within countries and how they experience the process. If we move to the next slide, this is also really exciting, and we have to thank Idi for all his support to make the Right Shop in the LDCs and SIDS in Africa in Sali, Senegal, happen in July this year. This was really for us to also test how can we simplify the information a little bit more, how can we make it more digestible for those wishing to access technical assistance in terms of how they use the guidelines, the templates, and so on. So we organized this workshop as a write shop and took all the participants through the process of each of the sections in the template, and then throughout the 3 days, at the end of the workshop, they actually had a draft ready to go. And what was really exciting was that we had 34 countries participate and more than 60 participants. So also showing the collaboration at national level as well, which was really, really great to see. And from this, we received quite a number of draft requests, because there was a request or an ask from participants to have specific feedback on their on what they had worked on. So we went through a whole process of review and tried to get back to them within a timeline of 2 weeks. And now many of them are working on formalizing those requests. So we're probably going to see a lot more coming in over the next few weeks. But what is really important also from the Secretariat side is really this rapid learning for us, and the lessons we can draw from the questions that we received and the way that the workshop was organized. Now, finally, on the next steps moving forward, we would like to, of course, keep that level of engagement. And in accordance with the outreach and engagement strategy that will hopefully be approved at this meeting, we have a few ideas on how to keep taking it forward and scaling even more and creating the access to technical assistance through additional information and briefing sessions, also in French and Spanish initially, together with the regional coordinators once they're on board, but then hopefully also in other UN languages. I have already mentioned that the bilateral and tailored support is really something that we're seeing to pay off. So this is something we want to keep offering, and we are open at any stage to talk to potential proponents, even if they just have an idea and we can guide them. And then also to keep organizing the write shops and some, we used to call it clinics, but we changed it now to labs, to have some labs for for countries and proponents to help them understand the process, and also for national liaisons to clarify their role and engagement. And of course, there's more engagement also with LDCs and SITs with the workshop that is planned in the Caribbean. And of course, also the further simplification of information based on the learnings that we have gained over the last few weeks and months. And with this, I hand back to the co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine, and thank you for the presentation. I think it's really useful to see all the work that you are doing on the technical assistance side, on the provision or catalyzing technical assistance. We are, or at least from my side, I'm really happy to see that we are increasing the number of requests, and there are more requests that perhaps will be coming soon from different countries and regions. So we are happy for that. I just want to bring to your attention that yesterday during the informal meeting, we also have the opportunity to discuss, some elements that perhaps fits into this agenda item. For instance, clarifying how to, what kind of support is available for developing countries when they apply for the technical assistance. So I just want to, remind you that you opened that yesterday during the informal meeting, and it will be useful also to use this space to bring those into our attention if you consider that. So I would like to open the floor for comments and questions to the Secretariat, and of course, if you want to bring those elements that you mentioned yesterday, because not all were there, like the observers and other participants, I think that's the right moment to bring those discussions that we had yesterday. So I open the floor for views, comments, and questions for the Secretariat. And I just want to invite you to try to be as concrete as possible because we are, behind the schedule. This is a very important agenda item, but also be very clear on the points that you want to bring to the table. I have Camila, followed by Gladys.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and I'll adhere to that and be very brief, as this is part of work that's been doing and general comments I've already made. So I'll have a very concrete question. I am happy to see some of that information on progress and when we're at. What I would feel that it's missing, and that also I highlighted yesterday, is what status are we currently on some of those requests, not the one that just came in the past couple of weeks, but there are requests that came in a few months ago. I would like to have some information as to in which process are we, how quickly are we thinking of going into a matching process? Is that, if not, why not? Sort of how has that process of feedback with those countries that have submitted officially and have already liaised with the Secretariat? At this stage, we have very little information on sort of what happens then. And I think that's also useful for countries that are preparing their TA requests. And what are our expectations in terms of matching for possibilities for this to then go quicker than it did for the Vanuatu example? Sort of how are we preparing for that? What do we foresee that's going to happen? And that would be clear for us to sort of actually have an idea of how long that matching process will take and when we will be delivering on other TA requests than just the Vanuatu one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladys, and then Edie.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you to Secretariat for the presentation. I would like to ask about the countries that have presented these requests. I also said it yesterday, but I think it's important to have some idea of where these new proposals are coming. I understand many of them come from the workshop, but just to see if there's anything from Latin America and the Caribbean, it would be useful. Also, what are your expectations when the regional coordinators are in place? I would like you to remind us when that will happen approximately, and what are your expectations for the work they will be doing on this to raise new requests from the countries in their respective regions, and also about to have a little more detail about how you're dealing with these requests, if you think the Santiago network capacity, install capacity is enough at this stage, and what are you expecting for the future? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladys. Edie?
So thank you, Chair. I think this is very interesting and important work that we deliver, the Secretariat, in terms of operationalizing technical assistance. So the model that we had from Vanuatu is an example, yes. Maybe the reality are different from Vanuatu and other countries. So on the basis of this technical assistance request and the orders we receive from the workshop, I think we can try from the Secretariat to see how we can develop standards in terms of technical assistance requests. So that is the first point. Secondly, we know how did we elaborate the response or the answer we sent to Vanuatu, and what was the action taken by the Secretariat in terms of satisfying the demand of Vanuatu. Can we capitalize these actions that can allow maybe to go very fast? Because maybe Vanuatu there was only one request. Now we have 7 other requests, and for sure we will go the requests are coming. We can go more than over 50 or 40 requests coming. If you want to answer to all of them without a standard that can allow us to have good and quick treatment of the requests, maybe the time will be long. It can take a very long time to finalize and have a good treatment of the requests. I think we can see among the AB how we can give guidance to the Secretariat to develop a standard of treatment and sending technical assistance to countries that can allow me to go very fast. So, and thirdly, we see how it is important to have this kind of workshop and capacity building to countries to know what is going on and how to develop technical assistance. Before that, at SBs and COP, everyone was asking how to do and how to deal, how to develop technical assistance with us. And just after the workshop, people know now how to develop it and how to have a good document to sign. Okay, it's good to develop guidelines and etc. in our meetings, but the best way to allow people to understand what we are going to do and how to do it is going directly in contact with them and by workshop and other meeting of capacity building. I think that we need to explore this way to see how we can have more workshop with countries to help them to develop capacity building and skills for that. So I thank you.
Thank you so much, Iri. And I think that point is really key, and it's also part of the discussion that we need to have in terms of the program of work for the next 2 years. But of course, we took note on that, and we fully understand that it's important to increase the capacity of developing countries in applying for technical assistance. Now we have Akio, followed by Muriel.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I was particularly interested in the right shop held in Africa, which Iri attended. From the context of efficiency and impact on this workshop to mobilize new technical assistance. So I'd like to know whether some Albanese in the region was invited to participate, and also I'd like to know the outcome of the right shop. Also, it's held 2 months ago, but if there's any organization who had showed interest to send a technical assistance request to the Secretariat, if you have any communication from the participants for the right shop, this is, if it works, I think such kind of a capacity building activity is very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Akio. Muriel?
Yes, thank you so much, and really congratulations on the progress you made and that it becomes so concrete. I have similar questions as Gladys and Heidi, just to ask you. I know each request is different, but do you have a sense of how many you could actually, process of these technical assistance requests? And then, yes, probably we have to think of what is happening very concretely if you're run over by such requests, and what would be the criteria for selection. And I think we need to think about these scenarios in very concrete terms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muriel. I give the floor to Heidi, and then I pause for responses from the Secretariat, and then I continue with the rest.
Thanks, Angela. So well, first, thank you to the Secretariat. It's really exciting to see things starting to move. My first point is about the liaisons. We still have only 34. I would like to know how that is being addressed, particularly noting the experience with the loss and damage contact point in the UNFCCC. After, I don't know, at least 5 years, we still don't have all developing countries with a loss and damage contact point, so I wouldn't want to see that happen with the Santiago network, because of course having the liaisons will make the point of contact with the country and the approval of requests, particularly for non-government applicants, more streamlined and quick. My second is on the preparation. So I can see that you're helping countries with the preparation of requests. In the guidelines we have from the submission of a TA request, it's supposed to be a 2-week turnaround, and there are some other timelines in the guidelines. So I want to make sure that because we're having this early engagement, what are the timelines? So if a country engages you to assist with the preparation of requests, do you have a timeline for how long that preparation process takes versus when they finally submit the requests and then the engagement? because we don't yet have any guidelines about urgent response, etc. Just want to make sure that doesn't end up being too long. So we're still getting the technical assistance delivered as soon as possible. And then there's already been some useful questions about the types of requests, so having the breakdown of information of the regions and the countries where these are coming from, the types of requests, what's being asked for, and data on whether they're government or other types of proponents, and the potential beneficiaries of the requests would be really useful, I think. And then also on the surveys that were circulated and mentioned in the Secretariat report, it would be useful to know whether that can be something carried forward as a useful way to gather information about who's interested, what the needs are, particularly building on the regional workshops that were undertaken early on with the Secretariat, which resulted in some useful data about the different needs across countries. So just using those surveys to continue that exercise of mapping the needs, I think would be useful not only for those seeking assistance, but also for the other bodies that are working on understanding what the demand is for loss and damage assistance. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Heidi. So, Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Advisory Board members, for all the questions and the feedback. And we will address the points that you have raised. And they are also informing us on some of the aspects where we need to focus as well on the way forward. First of all, in relation to the request from Camila as well, the question, in terms of the requests that have been received as well from a few months ago and where they are, just to note also that there are various factors that impact also the processing of the respective requests vis-a-vis the time of their submission. Some of them are the responsiveness on the side of the proponent, also the status of the request. We received some requests already quite developed, and some others are in draft form and still need substantive engagement with the proponent. Also, in some cases, we know that there is a need to engage with the proponents to inform also the modalities of work of the Santiago network, so that is made clear, apart from engaging on the template, also providing broader information on the Santiago network. So that timeline in relation to the proponents and the requests is subject to different factors. Now, in terms of those that were received a few months ago, we have some already in that group of requests that have been formally submitted. So that is also a positive, because it shows that earlier submission also leads to having the process being advanced sooner. And we have others as well in the second group, the group of advanced request development. So they are being processed at different speeds, also depending on the responsiveness of the proponent. But we're also trying on the Secretariat side to come up with the standard timeframes, and also that in response to some of the questions about the timelines for response, we're now planning to set out the standard delivery timeframes that can provide some certainty to the proponents and also speak to the agility that we see as a differentiating factor for the Santiago network, the speed of our response. Now, in terms of the different stages of the technical assistance request process, it will be important also for us to identify the time that it takes at each of the stages. We have noted that request development, as was mentioned, is one of the resource-intensive stages as well. It requires a lot of face-to-face engagement and direct communication with the proponent. And we have invested at present a lot of our resources and time as well to that stage, and we see that as fundamental going forward. Said that, the different stages of the technical assistance workflow require to be resourced, and we're coming up with a detailed plan to make sure that we can resource the request development stage, but also the development of the call for proposals, the review process as well, once the proposals are received, That is also resource intensive, and also the grant award part and the implementation. So we're coming up also with that end-to-end cycle to make sure that we have resources behind each of the stages of that cycle. That takes me also to one of the points that was raised by Gladys in relation to our capacity. We're making plans to make sure that we can deliver that agility and that tailored, timely response to the proponents with the resources that we have at present. But that will also require that we focus on the way forward, given the increase of the requests, that we focus a good part of our resources to the operational part, to the technical assistance. That will imply that we need to rationalize the work of the Secretariat in other areas to make sure that we can effectively resource the operations. And those are the plans on the way ahead, to have sufficiently resourced the operational part, because that is the core of our mission, and also that is in line with the strategy that's being presented, making sure that countries and communities can shape and implement action on loss and damage. Also on the resourcing part, for us is critical that we integrate the engagement of the regional positions. The regional positions will be the ones that will take forward a lot of that face-to-face engagement, and that is helpful because they will make us be closer to countries and to the proponents. And we, in terms of the question as well as the timing, currently the recruitment processes are ongoing. The plans is for these recruitment processes to conclude by the end of the year, subject of course to the outcomes of the recruitment processes, and make sure that we can build also on that capacity. As you know, we have regional coordinators, desk officers, and the designated contact points from UNDRR, and we will also be relying in those different positions, those different roles, to backstop our efforts. Now, moving to some other points that were raised. In terms of the regions, Gladys, you also had a question in terms of the countries. We're currently also engaging with the proponents, seeking their consent to share as well the name. So not possible at present, but we can clarify the regions. We have requests from in the number 7 from Asia Pacific, Africa, and Arab states. Those in advanced stage include also from Latin America. So just to respond to your point, but we are also engaging with the proponent to make sure that we can move ahead as expeditiously as possible. Now, in terms of the questions from Edie, also on the timelines, just to know that those depend on the specific requests, as have been mentioned. And we're planning, we're also planning to continue hosting, as mentioned, labs on specific topics in response to the point, to enable rapid learning and also to build knowledge and understanding. Now, also in terms of in response to Akio's points, on the OBNEs that for the Africa workshop, just to note that OBNEs were not invited to the workshop in Sali, as the focus was on technical assistance, and therefore we invited the national liaisons. But we will make sure also, and we're making sure to have proper engagement with OBNEs as well. On the drafts, we have a number of draft technical assistance requests. We're currently working on those that are at an advanced stage. And we are making sure as well that we engage with the proponents to make sure that they are submitted and formalized as soon as possible. So hopefully those can get into the group of formalized requests. One aspect also that has come up is the need to be mindful as well, and that is a part of our learning from experience, mindful of potential conflict of interest of OBNEs that may be interested in responding to the requests and also helping out or supporting the proponents in developing the requests. The guidelines provide for that to be disclosed, but that is also something that we are learning as we go through the requests. Now, in terms also of the capacity that we have for processing, and Muriel was asking as well, in terms of the capacity, now for budgetary purposes, we're consider 20 technical assistance requests in 2026, and also we are making sure that we can resource them over next year. Of course, that number is only for calculations in terms of the budget, given the demand-driven nature of the Santiago network. So we're subject also to that demand and to the demand-driven pipeline that is currently under development. We're also in the process of optimizing through rapid learning and standardization, as mentioned. And this includes current efforts to develop standard operating procedures and also making sure that our evaluation committees are duly resourced, as mentioned. So we are coming up with SOPs that will govern and codify the work of the Secretariat moving forward when it comes to technical assistance. On your points, Heidi, the matter of national liaisons is being noted in all the engagements with national representatives, and this already has led to an increase in the nominations. We are also making sure that in those engagements that we direct the proponents or potential proponents either to the national liaison or to the UNFCCC focal point, and making sure that the UNFCCC focal point can nominate the liaison as well. We have also, in terms of the response, in terms of the questions from that were made on the how the technical assistance leads to an increase on membership. We are also capitalizing on the experience of Vanuatu, where we saw that there was a correlation between the technical assistance requests and the membership to the network. And that is also something that we anticipate moving forward, so we can have a membership that is responsive to the demand. And those are some of the major aspects that I would like to cover, but also asking my colleague Christine to ask any remainder question. Thank you, Christine.
Yeah, maybe because Heidi, you were not here yesterday on the types of technical assistance that we're seeing. There was one slide that we presented yesterday in terms of what the types of activities or requests. So we're seeing three main themes. One is around data aspects, especially loss and damage impact data, because many countries do have some data on losses incurred, but it's not always connected to how it's impacting society and other aspects also around non-economic losses. The other aspect is around policy and policy integration. So questions around how do we make sure that loss and damage is included in our existing policies and laws and so on, but also in terms of how can we create a sort of program for our country on loss and damage and identify activities around this. And the last one is how do we then take those identified activities and access additional financing, including through the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, and how can we develop project proposals that are fundable, essentially. Those are three big themes, but of course, they're depending on the demand and the need. We're seeing other areas being addressed as well that are very specific to the context. Perhaps to give a little bit more flavor also on how we have been tackling the requests. The timelines very much depend, as Carolina has already said, on the request itself, how advanced it is, and what we're seeing. So we would already at whatever stage work with the proponent to identify is is what they're thinking about eligible and what could be the concrete activities and so on. So there is some back and forth and refinement. And depending on how advanced the thinking is, this could be very, very quick. Or if it's really early stages, we had some engagements with proponents where they're saying, oh, we have all these different ideas, but we're not quite sure. And then they have to go back and do some internal coordination, and that can take a little bit of time. But at any stage, we're here to support and guide. And of course, from the initial request, we have that 2-week time period to set up that initial engagement. But then again, it depends. For instance, we also have some engagement where proponents said to us, oh, we want to wait until one policy document is adopted. So we have a longer timeline, so we can then plan ahead in terms of how we process the request. Others tell us, let's do it as quickly as possible. So really, we're trying to tailor it to the needs of the proponent. And this is also how we approached it with Vanuatu, and we explained at the last board meeting in terms of how we developed the criteria together and so on, to really tailor it to the needs that they're facing. Maybe a quick comment on how we would deal with a larger volume. In the guidelines, we have some prioritization criteria. There are two. One is if it's focused on local community engagement or a local community makes the request, and the other one is looking into how capacities are retained. But also there is the requirement for having a balanced approach across regions and also countries. So if we're seeing maybe one region is overserved, then we would perhaps try to process quicker one from another region. But of course, it depends again on the specific requests, and we try to process all of them as quickly as we can and as swiftly as we can. And maybe one last point, and then I'll hand back to the co-chairs, is on we've seen that the face-to-face engagement is really critical, and it works really well. And for instance, we're seeing now from our engagement at the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction and also the Bonn climate meetings, that 2 months later, or 2-3 months later now down the line, there's much more active engagement, and some of those proponents are coming back to us and say, okay, we had the time to discuss internally. Here are our concrete ideas. Let's work together to take it forward. So I think the idea also, I think it was Idi who mentioned in terms of having more workshops or leveraging meetings and having those bilaterals and briefings face to face really makes a difference.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, and I think you cover a lot of questions. And I just want to ask to the remaining speakers, to take into account the responses and not to repeat the questions because they already cover a lot. Now I would like to end with the list. We have a Samuel online, followed by Rachid, followed by Manuela. Samuel.
Thank you so much. Thank you, co-chairs, and thank you to the Secretariat for the presentation. Most especially, I really enjoyed the presentation that lets us know about the right workshop, right shop, which was held a few months ago. That is where my direction is directed. Lending voice to what Akio said, beyond just the OB&Es, I also want to know, because since this was organized for the national liaisons, who are more like the focal point to an extent, I wanted to know about when will something similar like this be organized for observer groups, right? Who are also, part of the Santiago network and are also entitled to, request for technical assistance, especially for considering communities and considering youth groups as well. Like I can tell you at the top of my head, some youth groups that are also experiencing some form of difficulty when it comes to applying for technical assistance first, but beyond just applying, but also joining the Santiago network, So beyond just the outreach publication that has gone out that encourages youth groups to apply to be part of the Santiago network, I also feel there should be some form of, workshop that looks into this application process. Beyond just even the youth groups, this also applies to, to countries as well. And then the second thing I would want to ask is, when this workshop was organized, what were the modalities that was taken into consideration before organizing this workshop? And also, were countries or were there any open publicity about this workshop? Because, like, for me personally, I would say I was somewhat surprised to see this to an extent, but then I'm happy that it happened. But I feel if there are, communications that are out there, for instance, for me, knowing that, okay, this workshop will be organized and there are people in place that are also parts of their country or their community that could benefit from this workshop, I think that'll be very, very possible to circulate that information. And another thing I would want to ask is, for the next workshop that is coming up, I would be glad if we consider these modalities as well for the next workshop that will be coming up, so that it's more inclusive. The Observer Group, we are also part of the Santiago network, but then I also feel it's good when we are part of these workshops to give clarity on things that we don't understand and to see how we can, push forward with preparing for, proposals just in case groups want to apply. Because for sure, I know that there are youth groups and community organizations, CBOs, that would want to apply for this technical assistance or would even like to join the Santiago network.
Samuel, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to keep your intervention brief because we are running out of time and we have a lot of agenda items. So please, colleagues, try to be brief. I know that this is an important matter, but we need to advance. So Samuel, if you can close your remarks, I do appreciate. You can finalize your statement, Samuel, but please keep it brief. Okay, thank you very much, Samuel, for your understanding. I would like to continue with Rachid, followed by Manuela.
I agree with you, Angela, that effectively the previous intervention of EB members and also the Secretariat response have provided the necessary clarification on these important matters. Just I want to emphasize that to effectively catalyze technical assistance, it is crucial at first to identify and understand the global, but also the specific key bottlenecks and barriers and obstacles that may be discouraging more countries from submitting requests. And as raised by Samuel, yes, we are convinced that the workshop for LDCs and seeds represents valuable capacity building platform, but it is very essential that these workshops are co-designed with local actors to ensure relevance and uptake. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize the importance of expanding outreach efforts to include additional developing countries, not only CIS and less developing countries that are vulnerable to the effects of climate change. In this regard, I am wondering what criteria are being used to select outreach opportunities and also prioritize workshop location. And finally, as mentioned by Madam Carolina, regarding the nomination of national liaison, there is no need for concern, as the UNFCCC focal point already fulfills this role. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachid, for keeping brief your intervention. Manuela, followed by Aisha, who's online.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. I try to be very brief and also want to join others in thanking the Secretariat for working in impressive speed on moving from building the Secretariat and the network toward the actual work on the technical system implementation. So that's very impressive and we're very grateful for this. Just joining what the others mentioned, I think these initial workshops and meetings should also be used to work on the actual definitions of what loss and damage means and technical assistance for loss and damage in the very specific context of different countries, regions, and communities. And in this context, I would like to ask how, as the team, you make sure that you collect the necessary information and key determining factors that will help us further shape the network and the approaches of the Santiago network in delivering demand-driven assistance. So just if you could mention some key factors you will implement and use to make sure that all these infos are collected and used in the most efficient way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuela. Aisha, followed by Alpha.
Thank you very much. And I agree with the statement made by the previous speaker. I think this is a very important agenda item, and technical assistance is one of the main functions of this network. So, number one, I think I have been listening very carefully to all the interventions made by the board members. I think total transparency is very important. So we should have a list of activities like what happened since the Santiago network has started its operations, whether it's outreach or technical assistance. So what has been done in terms of activities, just a list that for providing awareness on the technical assistance, these activities were done, which areas, and what was the follow-up. So we also have to ensure that the activities that we do under technical assistance are effective in terms of disseminating the information. And then, a tool needs to be created that if you are submitting, the basic things which have to be kept, so that repeatedly the thing that comes to our forefront is that the administrative cost of giving a small amount of technical assistance is very high. So we should try to ensure that when we are providing technical assistance, how do we minimize the transaction costs and the administrative costs? So with the awareness, if a toolkit is there with every region representative, for example, or with the liaison points that this is how you make it, this is how it is linked with loss and damage, and if you want to access loss and damage fund, is it possible to get a TA from Santiago network to develop your whole country need assessment done through the loss because of some natural calamity, and you want to access loss and damage fund, for example. So these linkages need to be brought in a very clear, transparent manner to the members of the board, so that they can disseminate information properly to their respective regional groups. And then the TAs, which are arranged in the form of outreach, should also take into consideration that we try to reduce the transaction costs and make our communication tools effective, so that we have the maximum resources available for TA components. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. We have Alpha followed by Gideon, and I close the list of speakers for now. Alpha.
Thank you, co-facilitator. Thank to the Secretariat for the work being done, and I think we are advancing, and this is a good spirit that we should continue enhancing, scaling up, and improving our outreach. I have a couple of questions. First, paragraph 38, there is a mention indicating that one TA request was rejected. We need more information on that, and particularly if I remember, we had a provision that required the Secretariat by rejection to provide us more information on the rejection, and we need to follow that up. And the second point is, I think the Vanuatu model highlight community-led implementation. This should not be a norm. This should be a norm, not an exception. So it's very important that the Secretariat in its engagement promote that. And I think as to the board members, we should definitely figure out whether we should not be setting, for instance, a percentage of TA funds that are going straight to local and regional organizations, including women, youth, indigenous people, etc. Another question is, I think there is a number of requests. The number of requests remain limited, and there is a need to broaden the pipeline of requests, not only for national government, but also at sub-national level. And I think the explanation given by the Secretariat will bring us to that level. And I would like that the Secretariat clarified how it intends to scale up support mechanism for request preparation, including coaching clinics, peer-to-peer workshop, and a simplified template. This is very important because in the template, there is a notion that I was promoting since last year, is the level of capacity or knowledge transfer retention, the retention level. And I think we need also to get clarification on the preparation. In the case of Guinea, we were stuck more than 7 months how we bring the stakeholders to start discussing on the TA. That require resources because you need to organize workshop, etc., etc. We end up having a small group to have that discussion, and then everybody come by itself. So I'm not quite sure whether the Secretariat support in helping country to develop technical assistance requests will include it to be meaningful and inclusive, will require a broader participation of all range of stakeholders, national level. And I think we need to figure out how we can make sure that the requests that are coming are truly owned, and most of the targeted or most of the relevant stakeholders are involved in the request preparation. And also, I would like to indicate that we definitely need to enhance our support for for national liaison by organizing specific, dedicated support to build, to enhance their capacity. But also, I think the Secretariat, in terms of knowledge product, can start thinking of a generic of best practices, how the liaison should be working, what institutional arrangement can support it for enhanced technical assistance support submissions. And the last point is we need to have also a fast track procedure and mechanism for TA requests. So I do not wish that, but there is a country needing a post-disaster risk, a post-disaster assessment. Soon after this assessment, if it has to go through all this process and the matchmaking, it will be it becomes obsolete when the funding comes in. So we need to figure out how we can set up that as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Gideon?
Thank you, Co-Chair, and I would also like to raise my voice to appreciate for the milestone achievement made for the great increased number of technical assistance requests. It is obviously that the Santiago network is no longer a baby. It's really growing significantly. I'm also happy to hear that indigenous people organization are part of the consortia applied for the technical assistance in Vanuatu. This is a remarkable, great achievement from our part to make sure that we encourage indigenous organization and local or non-actors to be part of the technical assistance request. I'm also wondering to know what were the key issues came out as the best practices and lesson learned from the SEEDS and LDCs workshops recently conducted in Africa that might increase the number of technical assistance requests. As Rashid mentioned, that the workshop should also, conducted to developing countries. This is my strong recommendation that in the future workshop, it should involve non-state actors' participations to make sure that they are part and parcel of this workshop that are conducted. So we are looking forward to see more workshops are conducted to developing countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to try to respond all the comments, questions very briefly, and then I will propose the way forward on this agenda item. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Many thanks, Co-Chair, and I'm very happy also to respond this second round of questions, and we'll do that in a succinct manner. There were comments from Samuel as well, noting the need also to engage with members and with OBNEs as we implement and further develop our work on technical assistance. Just to note that the outreach and engagement strategy that is currently under board consideration is including a section on member engagement that precisely acknowledges the collaboration across members, including on technical assistance. This strategy, once adopted, will also provide a foundation for subsequent action plans to be developed for outreach to OBNEs and outreach to potential proponents. So that is one of the aspects also where we look forward to receiving advisory board guidance and hopefully a decision on the outreach and engagement strategy. Also on the invitation to national liaisons to LDCs and SEEDS, we started with them as the key invitations for this event, as this was mandated and was a follow-up from decisions from the advisory board. So we implementing those decisions, the invitation was tailored for liaisons, national liaisons for SEEDS and LDCs. We are, of course, in the hands of the advisory board in terms of the participation in these workshops and events. That will help also an impact on the budget. So just noting also that the number of workshops and also the scope of the workshops and the potential invitations need to be duly budgeted for. In terms also of how this was organized, it was organized by invitation. In the future, we could consider, of course, open briefing sessions and workshops targeted at communities. I would like also to note that the decision on the approach for determining the minimum percentage that was adopted yesterday also contains provisions for outreach activities directed to communities to facilitate community-led demand of technical assistance. So in that context, also outreach to communities will be considered. On the points of Rashid, many things we're considering the barriers and bottlenecks not only at the global level, but also more specific when it comes to the regions and to the specific countries. And this is learning from the feedback that we have received from the briefing sessions. And also we have a service that complement the feedback that we receive during the sessions. In terms also of the workshop for LDCs and SEEDS, this was also in part due to the COP and CMA decision that recognizes the capacity constraints in LDCs and SEEDS, and also following advisory board decisions. But the plans to expand the outreach in other regions, especially once the regional coordinators are on board, are part also of our planning for the next years, subject also to advisory board consideration. On the points from Manuela, just to note also that in the workshops we have been also incorporating sessions on the loss and damage landscape, and we have benefited also from the presence of the WIM EXCOM and the presence of FRLD representatives. So that helps also injecting that knowledge of the entire ecosystem in the presentations that are delivered in these workshops. Also in engagement with potential proponents to the point about the definitions, one of the recurring needs that are raised is the need for a context-specific understanding of loss and damage. And that is coming from the potential proponents that we have been engaging with. One of the examples that we're providing is the case of Vanuatu, where part of their technical assistance requests is a visioning exercise to understand what loss and damage means for Vanuatu, and similar exercises could be also considered for other countries. On Aisha comments, we can provide and will be happy to provide a list of activities and the results. We're also working on streamlining the process based on the experiences we're gaining to help make them more efficient and reduce the transaction costs. This is something also that we are prioritizing. Also, just to refer in terms of the information given to the board, we are providing periodic updates, as you know, to the board on the report of the activities of the Secretariat. We are sharing updates online on a bi-weekly basis. Also on the link with the FRLD, Aisha, the types of technical assistance in the guidelines include proposal development, and one of the Santiago network functions is to enable access to finance, technical assistance, and capacity building. So that is one of the potential offers that we can have in terms of technical assistance. Just to note also on your comment on how to articulate with the ecosystem in the engagements that have taken place with representatives with the EXCOM and the FRLD, including the meeting among co-chairs referenced in the report on the activities of the co-chairs. One of the potential options that were identified is the design of a one-page diagram that portrays the loss and damage landscape and explains the respective roles for use in communication efforts. So that, to your point on how to communicate better, how we can articulate with other actors, this has been discussed, and that is something that can help facilitate how we come together. Alpha, on the request that didn't meet the eligibility criteria, the proposal was not related to averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. That is part of the eligibility criteria in the guidelines. We consider duly the request, and we also engage with the proponent, explaining as well the reason as to why it was not meeting the criteria. But that is the core reason. Also, in terms of the support provided by the Secretariat, we encourage proponents to engage early so we can provide tailored support and guidance, including on elements related to stakeholder engagement and inclusiveness. So this can be duly considered also at the design stage of the technical assistance request. We also, in terms of the opportunities to benefit from consultations and stakeholder engagements in policy processes, we are also learning on these opportunities, and we are also trying to take advantage of these processes to inform request development, of course, in a demand-driven manner. And some of the requests that we have been receiving already include elements on strengthening inclusive national coordination strategies, so that may add to it. Urgent requests could be considered accordingly and processed as quickly as possible with the demand articulated. Guidelines on urgent requests are to be developed based on experience as per the guidelines on technical assistance. On capacity building, just to note here a connection with the proposed 2026 budget that also anticipates support to technical assistance request preparations linked to work program and the strategy. And this is something also that we have in the documentation currently under consideration. And finally, the points of Gideon, Also, we are collecting frequently asked questions to make them available and to make sure that this can inform on early on, and those will be made available in our website for those seeking information about our offer. In relation to the requests that and how they are turned into formal submissions, we are engaging. That's part of the technical assistance development stage. So we engage for them to transition to the formal submission as soon as possible. And finally, also, we're trying to make sure that there is sustained engagement with proponents in developing countries in supporting them and facilitating their efforts towards submission of the technical assistance request, and then the rest of the process. I stop here. Co-Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Thank you very much, Secretary, for the presentation. And thanks to all of you for trying to be brief. I know, we have a lot to say on the need of technical assistance, increase the number of applications, and of course, respond in accordance with the demand driven of the countries, as well as, to allow everybody to get access to the technical assistance. Just to summarize, because it was a really rich discussion, to summarize how we intend to proceed with this agenda item. Some of you comment on the importance of the support to the countries to develop the technical assistance. The Secretary raised, for instance, the experience in having workshops, and this is something that we are going to have the opportunity to discuss once again when we will see the program of work of the Santiago Network for the next 2 years. So that's something that we can bring there, and also to the budget, because it is attached to that discussion. On the other elements that you request, for instance, support for liaisons, those activities are closely related with the program of work. So we do not expect to have, a specific discussion here on that or a decision point on that. But perhaps what we can do is to reflect on the meeting report, the general recommendations that you made in terms of expedite the support, to welcome the work done by the Secretariat, but also to request the Secretariat to develop new tools in order to respond timely to the request of technical assistance. I think you mentioned also the importance of best practices, knowledge products. Knowledge products is something that we can discuss, for instance, in the program of work, those kind of activities, and what are the best practices and the lessons learned. That's something that perhaps could be discussed when we have the agenda item 10, which is related to the report of the Conference of the Parties. If we want to share the work that we are doing here, which is really important to recognize that we, as board members, but as well as with the Secretariat, with the observers, and all of us, the networks, the OBNEs, we are doing a lot of things on the technical assistance, and all that discussion in terms of the lessons learned fit into the report that we can send to the Conference of the Parties for consideration. So with that, what I would like to propose is, keep in our minds those elements that fit into the program of work. And the other elements that we do believe that perhaps could go in the report that are not contentious, we will summarize in the report of the meeting, and you will have the opportunity to look at it, as I mentioned before, when we come back to the plenary and discuss, the report of the meeting, and you will have the opportunity to review it. That's the way forward for this agenda item. If it is agreeable to you, it's the same approach that we took with the agenda item 5A. Okay, I don't see any comments on that, and I would like to move on the agenda item 5C, which is managing funding provided for technical assistance. So continuing with the agenda, and again in accordance with decision 12 CMA 4, endorsed by the decision 11 CP 27, the advisory board at its third meeting approved the guidelines for managing funding, which is contained in document SNAP/2024/3/08 Rev 3. And Decision 12 CMA 4 in paragraph 17, endorsed by Decision CP 27, decide that the guidelines should make provisions to ensure that technical assistance funded directly by the Santiago network is made available to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, including through level of minimum percentage of technical assistance funded directly by the Santiago network, directed to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. At our fourth meeting, the advisory board noted the proposed approach to determining a minimum percentage and requested the Secretariat to update and revise the approach based on the discussion at the fourth meeting of the advisory board and the writing comments received for consideration and adoption by the advisory board intersessionally. In accordance with the decision of the advisory board at our fourth meeting, an informal advisory board meeting was held and a draft intersessional decision with the approval of the co-chairs was circulated to the advisory board in accordance. Comments were received to this intersessional decision, following which my co-chair and I decided to extend the deadline of non-objection period to September and to add this item to the agenda of the formal meeting of the advisory board. No objections were received by non-objection deadline of 1st September 8 p.m. and therefore the decision was taken in accordance with paragraph 52 of the rules of procedures. The decision was taken by the board members. The decision will be available for review. I'm not going to read the decision because I think everybody knows that, and it's something that we want to report to all of you, that we took that decision, and the main idea is that we will continue, of course, discussing and based on the experience what could be the minimum percentage that we will allocate for communities vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. So that's a report that we want to share with you, but we would like also to open the floor if you want to raise additional views or comments on that, because the agenda item is on managing funding provided to for technical assistance. Any comments on this agenda item? If not, thank you very much, and I would like to, as I promised before, we are going to give the floor very briefly to the observers to react on the agenda item 5 in general terms on all the ABC sub-items, just in case if they want to take the floor and raise their views. I think from the last session in the agenda item 5A, we had Akujemi Claude asking for the floor, and I just want to confirm if you want to take the floor once again, and I would like to give the opportunity to the observers to speak on agenda item 5 entirely. Any observer would like to take the floor at this point on agenda item 5? Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for being patient with us. I know we are trying to do our best. You know that we have a heavy schedule, and I would like now to give the floor and hand over to my fellow co-chair, Stella, to continue with the next agenda item.
Thank you so much, Angela, and thank you all for engaging on the previous agenda item. As you have been informed by Angela earlier, our lunch break has been pushed forward a little bit. So 1:30 is the time with some minutes of flexibility. So in order for us to use the time effectively, we will open the agenda item 6. We might not finish agenda item 6, everything that we have planned before the lunch, and we will continue after the lunch. But at least as we still have some minutes, we will already start with this point. So the agenda item 6, strategies of the Santiago network, includes related sub-items 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D. Under this item, we are considering the Santiago network strategy that is contained in the document available on our website and shared to the advisory board ahead of the meeting. That's snap/2025/05/05. And the sub-strategies, there are sub-strategies on communication contained in the document SNAP 2025-506, outreach and engagement, SNAP 2025-05-07, and resource mobilization contained in document SNAP 2025-05-08. So as you all know, those strategies are critical item for this meeting that we are having here this week, and also for defining our ambitions of the Santiago network. Due to the interlinked nature of all the sub-strategies with the main strategies and their other interlinkages, we are proposing to consider them together at this moment. During our informal meeting yesterday, and this is a report to all of you who were not with the advisory board members yesterday, to all the observers, but also those who didn't join us yesterday, we had an opportunity for our first exchange on the revised Santiago network strategy and the 3 thematic strategies that I presented. To recap, the draft of Santiago network strategy published on the meeting webpage ahead of this meeting was developed through a coordinated participatory approach on the basis on the roadmap that the advisory board took note of during our 4th meeting. As you recall, we had a presentation back then of the 0 drafts. We had our discussion. There were subsequent work that has been carried out intersessionally to get to this draft that was posted on the website. And building on that, we had our discussion yesterday. Already those drafts, they built upon several rounds of feedback and written comments received from the advisory board, also inputs from stakeholder consultations, those that, as we heard, were conducted at the 62nd session of the subsidiary bodies in Bonn in June, as well as operational developments and all the lessons learned that we have from the process. The communications, outreach and engagement and resource mobilization strategies have also been updated since our 4th meeting, based on the feedback that we received at SNAP 4, but also in written form. And there were efforts made to improve coherence and interlinkages with the overall Santiago network strategy. So our shared aim at this meeting is to adopt the Santiago network strategy, and also, if feasible, the strategies, the sub-strategies, the 3 sub-strategies that we have ahead of us at this meeting. And yesterday, after the discussion that we had and hearing all of the substantive comments, we have outlined as the co-chair the proposed approach on how we want to work together during this week to ensure that we are in a good place to adopt those strategies before we finish the meeting. So in a few moments, I will invite our director of the Secretariat, Carolina, to make a presentation to briefly introduce the strategy and the 3 thematic strategies. They are all posted on the website, so all of you who had access to the website could familiarize yourselves with those documents. After the presentation that Carolina will deliver, I, as co-chair, will summarize the discussion that we had yesterday. So the intention is for us to hear, for all of you to hear what we have discussed yesterday. It will be quite a comprehensive summary, I am warning you. But the intention is that we will not then open the discussion again, not to repeat it, but we will hopefully be able to give the mandate to the Secretariat to continue working on the draft, so that when we open the agenda item again tomorrow, we already see a revisions based on this feedback that was delivered by advisory board yesterday, building on all those previous rounds of feedback. So this is the intention for the agenda item right now, that we will first hear from Carolina, then I will summarize the feedback, and then we will suspend the item in order to allow the Secretariat to incorporate all of this rich discussion into the draft that we will then see that will be presented in the meeting tomorrow. And then we will open the round of comments, questions, conversations. We will be still making amendments to that. We will hear from both the advisory board and the observers on this matter. But in order not to repeat the conversation twice, it is more meaningful in our view to have the discussion already on the revised version rather than have it now and then repeat it again tomorrow. So with that, I will hand over the floor to Carolina first and then for our summary as co-chairs.
Thank you, co-chairs, and I'm pleased to present the Santiago Network strategy and the thematic strategies linked to it. The Santiago Network, as has been mentioned, is at an important pivot point. We just completed our startup phase, and we're very proud to be fully operational, as has been also mentioned in the operational update that's been provided this morning. It is timely now to look into the future, and as part of that, how best to position the Santiago Network to grow and to advance its mission of empowering developing countries and communities to shape and implement action on loss and damage. In developing documents for SNAP 5, the Secretariat has worked to develop the 4 strategies and the work plan as part of a cohesive strategic framework. What you see in front of you is not only one strategy, but it is a framework that, once adopted, will provide also the Santiago Network with the institutional strength to advance its priorities in a strategic manner. The Santiago Network strategy is the anchor for the 4 linked documents that are thematic in nature. It sets out the Santiago Network's mission, vision, value proposition, and strategic priorities, and it is designed to be future-focused, concrete enough to guide the Santiago Network's evolution, but also flexible enough for Santiago Network to learn and to adapt as it grows. The 3 thematic strategies on communications, outreach and engagement, and resource mobilization are critical to delivering the overall strategy and elaborate more detailed objectives, principles, roles, and actions for each of the thematic areas. All 4 strategies inform the work program, which sets out specific and concrete actions to be implemented with associated resources and with associated budget. One of the challenges that we had when putting together all these documents was to work on all of them at once and to make sure that they were coherent. For future strategy cycles, we hope that having an adopted Santiago Network strategy will help allow the other pieces be aligned more seamlessly. That is our hope on the way forward. But you may see also that as of now, the 3 thematic strategies are linked to the main strategy. Also to note that the strategic framework also includes the results framework that you see in the top right corner, and this will be updated in alignment with the Santiago Network strategy once adopted. The way we develop the Santiago Network and other linked strategies is by asking our stakeholders, where do we want the Santiago Network to be in 3 years' time? What are the ambitions of the Santiago Network to deliver impact, engage, and communicate with the stakeholders and mobilize resources? Based on these inputs, we believe that the next 3 years will be a period of growth, scaling, delivery, and rapid learning. We want, during 2026 and during these 3 years, to build a deep understanding of loss and damage, technical assistance needs and priorities. Also related to this, support request development and scale up a demand-driven technical assistance to build a track record. That building of the track record is essential for us because that will also help us mobilize more technical assistance and facilitate more technical assistance on the way forward. By 2027, we hope to be engaging in learning and refining our approach based on the experiences that we have gained from the operations and from implementation, and also from feedback from stakeholders on technical assistance delivery. The independent review of the Santiago Network that's also mandated by COP and CMA decisions, will be also an important learning piece as we move ahead over the upcoming cycle. By the end of this strategy cycle, by 2028, we aim to reach a place where the Santiago network has a global reputation for delivering timely, demand-driven, and tailored technical assistance that effectively empowers developing countries and communities to shape and implement action on loss and damage. Turning now to the published documents, the Santiago Network Strategy clarifies our mission, which is based on the decisions by the governing body or bodies, our vision, which translates the mission into an ambition for the future, and this vision is to build a world where developing countries and communities are empowered to shape and implement action on loss and damage. The value proposition, which describes how the Santiago Network is uniquely positioned to generate impact, states that by connecting developing countries and communities with the timely, demand-driven, and tailored technical assistance, knowledge and support they need to drive needs-based action on loss and damage. The 5 strategic priorities for 2026 and 2028 have been identified also in alignment with the feedback that we have received from stakeholders and in alignment with the functions of the Santiago Network. Strategic Priority 1, understanding technical assistance needs and priorities. Strategic Priority 2, scaling up delivery of demand-driven technical assistance. Strategic Priority 3, growing a strong, diverse, and engaged network. Strategic Priority 4, enabling an effective loss and damage ecosystem and access to finance, technology, and capacity building. Strategic Priority 5, engaging in rapid learning and sharing knowledge from delivery. On institutional priorities, we have a dedicated section which clarifies linkages to the other strategies and elaborates how approaches on meal, risk management, gender, and inclusion will be further developed to underpin the strategy implementation. Now, let us turn to the thematic strategies. And first, we have the communications strategy. This is a critical piece that supports both internal network coordination and external profile building. The purpose of the communications strategy is to elevate the network's profile and broaden its reach to key target stakeholders by effectively communicating the network's mission, vision, value proposition, access modalities, and achievements. The scope of the strategy focuses on positioning and messaging to build Santiago Network's reputation as a trusted and integral actor in the loss and damage architecture. It supports engagement with developing countries, communities, OBNEs, and other partners through impactful content. The objectives of the communications strategy have been identified as follows: build recognition and visibility, publicize available support by clearly conveying how we connect developing countries and communities with timely, demand-driven technical assistance, attract a diverse and engaged membership from all regions and thematic areas, and promote exchange and collaboration across the network, showcase expertise, results, and facilitating knowledge sharing, and amplifying through partnerships and alignment, working with the stakeholders to amplify message and leverage partner networks. In terms of the principles, these principles form the foundation for internal and external communications, guiding the messaging, the tone, and the content production. Clear and concise communication, using simple language as has been recommended by the advisory board. Targeted and coherent communication, also tailored to the specific needs of the target audiences. Accurate information, so we can build that reliability and trust. Transparency and accountability. Respect for local contexts and languages. And alignment with human rights values and principles, being inclusive, accessible, and gender responsive. In terms of the key components of this strategy on communications, the strategy also sets out a number of key communication building blocks and that's in the next slide. Building a strong Santiago network identity, including a strong visual identity, brand, and active voice. If we can turn to the next slide. In terms of the audience as well, is one of the key components, identifying the target audiences so communications content and messaging can be tailored to maximize impact, and this includes internal and external actors. Messaging house, which sets out core messaging for the network and will form the foundation for our communications, and the channels that will be digital and also include traditional and offline channels to maximize our reach and tap into our local, national, and regional networks. Now, let's move to the outreach and engagement strategy. The purpose of the outreach and engagement strategy is to define the goals, principles, target groups, and channels for action and for the delivery of the Santiago Network mission. It has an operational focus and is designed to facilitate the functioning of the elements underpinning the Santiago Network model, namely the demand from within developing countries, an engaged and diverse membership with capabilities to deliver, and accessible, timely, and fit-for-purpose support to catalyze and connect the two. The scope of the strategy covers both outreach and engagement, recognizing their distinct but complementary roles, with outreach raising awareness, expanding visibility and attracting participation, and engagement building trust and sustaining partnerships. A dedicated section on member engagement is included in the strategy, reflecting the integral role of the network of members within the Santiago Network structure. Some of the key elements of the outreach and engagement strategy are making sure that outreach and engagement is done in a participatory manner, mobilizing and tapping into the different actors and target groups that can help us amplify outreach and engagement activities. These groups are identified in three categories: internal key actors, target groups which are core to the delivery of the Santiago Network mission, including developing countries, national liaisons, technical assistance proponents, and also partners. As mentioned, there is a dedicated section on member engagement that identifies the role of the Secretariat in mobilizing engagement, having a more centralized role at the beginning, and then moving to a more peer-led model as we build from experience. We also have identified the channels, including the use of regional presence, events, bilateral engagements, etc., and it closes with a section on implementation, monitoring, reporting, and learning. Let us turn now to a brief overview of the resource mobilization strategy. The aim of the strategy is to create ongoing, predictable, adequate, and sustainable funding streams for the Santiago Network. In terms of the scope, it covers the Santiago Network's intended approach and funding goals and identifies potential types of funding sources, as well as how to reach them. This document also outlines the terms of contributions and establishes monitoring, risk management, and sustainability framework. In terms of the objectives, the resource mobilization strategy aims to secure adequate and sustainable resources, proposes to diversify funding sources, and also promoting transparency and accountability. Those elements are aimed at setting the Santiago Network up for the long term, fostering trust and aligning with our commitment to rapid learning. In terms of principles, those identified are alignment with the strategic priorities, making sure that funding is sustainable, driven by demand, and also highest standards of transparency and accountability, being adaptable and committed to rapid learning. In terms of the key components for resource mobilization, and we move to the next slide. As set out in the draft Santiago Network strategy, the Santiago Network is now set to enter a phase of scaling, delivery, and rapid learning. And taking into account the funding position at present, the draft resource mobilization strategy embeds a phased approach over 2026 and 2028. It also outlines, in a section on funding sources and contributor outreach, options available for diversifying the network contributors base. It calls for tailor-made outreach approaches in order to secure funding and reflects the Santiago Network potential to catalyze co-financing at various levels, also mindful of complementarity with other initiatives, in particular the FRLD. It also contains a section on terms of contributions and a section on monitoring, risk management, and sustainability. Now moving to the next and final slide. The papers also captures the recommended action by the board. And this recommended action captured in all the papers is to consider and adopt the Santiago Network strategy and thematic strategies at the fifth meeting of the advisory board. As always, we stand ready to support the advisory board in its work. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you so much, Carolina. Let me now turn to a summary of our discussion. I will do my best to do it in a quick way. It will be a comprehensive summary, but also it's not exhaustive. So please be aware of that. That, of course, all the comments that you have made yesterday are taken well note of by the Secretariat and will be used. So as a general comment, and I think we also have some slides that are showing, summarizing the main comments that can support the readout of the update. The members widely welcome the updated, streamlined and simplified drafts. There was a significant improvement from the previous version that was acknowledged. The members welcome the strategy, that the strategy had been developed through a consultative, coordinated and participatory process. There were some comments on opportunities to further streamline and merge sections, such as, for instance, in the strategic priority 1. There was a number of suggestions on refining specific language in the draft, including on the vision statement, on reflecting the leadership and agency of developing countries and communities, inserting references to developing countries particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and avoiding jargon. Members were invited to submit specific text suggestions in writing by last night to the Secretariat to support all of those comments that were made on the language. Several members also asked questions about the level of specificity of the Essence strategy and its relation to the 3 thematic sub-strategies and the work plan. It was noted that the strategy could set the pathway that allowed room for flexibility and growth, while the other documents could identify more concrete and grounded actions. A number of members expressed the desire to further refine the vision statement, using language that was more specific, adding words like empowering developing countries, highlighting the leadership and agency of developing countries and communities. A question was asked about the term of the strategy. It was noted that the vision and value proposition could be durable for the longer term, whereas the strategic and institutional priorities were designed to apply over 2026 and 2028 to align with the co-hosting, with the MOU that we have, and also to support operational learning. There were various comments and questions on strategic priorities, including making technical assistance implementation more prominent throughout the strategy. We all agreed this is the key priority for our next months and years. Highlighting the role of national liaisons, including in reaching local communities, and the importance of embedding capacity building for national liaisons. Better highlighting localized mechanisms for delivery and context-appropriate, low-barrier access models, particularly where there are barriers to digital access. Deepening the positioning of local and subnational actors in the strategy, recognizing positive contributions they make in the technical assistance co-design, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. Highlighting the role of regional initiatives, emphasizing importance of inclusive needs assessments, being more specific in elaboration on how Santiago Network would work with the WIM EXCOM and FRLD, including emphasizing the role of Santiago Network as operational body that will be present in the field integrating support that links TA with capacity building, readiness for finance, and exploring co-delivering support with FRLD and providing technical assistance for proposal development for the fund. Further reflecting the role of Santiago Network regional presence and regional coordinators, allowing flexibility for this to evolve. It was also noted that some of these elements related to outreach and engagement could be incorporated into that strategy. Furthermore, there were a few comments on gender and inclusion, including a request to embed gender-responsive language throughout the strategy and not just via the Gender and Inclusion Action Plan, to make sure that this is not a one-off, but something mainstreamed. Ensuring consistency with the references to women and gender in the Paris Agreement, preamble paragraph 11. Several members also emphasized the importance of tracking progress and implementation and wanted to understand how and when the meal framework would be developed. On the communication strategy, overall, members welcomed the communication strategy and updates made since our meeting, highlighting areas for improvement to make it clearer, more participatory, and better aligned with local and national context. They emphasized the need for a two-way communication, recognizing audiences not just as recipients, but as active participants in communications, including through simplified content such as videos, community-generated materials. We had already some examples today. On channels, members called for greater use of offline and traditional communication methods, and the expansion of communication efforts to local, national, regional audiences through regional coordinators and liaisons. They recommended showcasing real stories and tangible results from the network's work, ensuring collaboration with FRLD and ExCom communication strategies, and translating materials into additional UN and local languages. Finally, on monitoring and reporting, members noted that KPIs need to be detailed with indicators and feedback mechanisms should be strengthened to measure effectiveness. On outreach and engagement strategy, members raised a range of comments on outreach and engagement in the context of other strategies, but no additional comments were raised specifically on the outreach and engagement strategy draft. Specifically, comments on the communication strategy were highlighted as also relevant for outreach and engagement. So this is this interlinkage that was presented and that has to be reflected throughout the main strategy and the sub-strategies. In particular, ensuring accessible engagement adapted to local and subnational context. It was further emphasized that the strategy should reflect a two-way engagement approach. Again, we discussed it under several elements, not a top-down approach, recognizing the valuable knowledge and contributions from climate-vulnerable communities and different vulnerable groups. The outreach and engagement strategy could further elaborate how Santiago Network reaches communities on the front line. National liaisons in their role in engaging with developing countries and at community level was highlighted, as well as the associated need for capacity building. Members identify a need to elaborate the role for national liaisons beyond the technical guidelines and how the network will work with them through its regional presence and support efficient and effective engagement in our country. A need for balanced and inclusive engagement across regions was highlighted, emphasizing key role for regional coordinators, as well as opportunity to anchor engagement with regional institutions. Finally, several members also stressed the value of building feedback loops to check if outreach is effective, particularly in those local contexts. On resource mobilization strategy, as a general comment, board members felt that the current draft provides a solid foundation for further development. The potential engagement of private sector and other non-state actors was discussed in depth. Board members deliberated that such efforts should be separate from the mandate and presented as aspirational, while highlighting a need for a value proposition for the private sector. It was also flagged that raising private sector resources requires upfront investments. In conjunction with this discussion, one board member argued that private sector engagement should not be just discussed at the money level, but across all strategies. As outlined in the strategy, it was agreed that the private sector has its own dynamic and requires its own approach. Santiago Network will have to find its niche in terms of private sector contributions and consider building local capacities. Furthermore, members made several comments on the complementarity with other initiatives, in particular the FRLD. The recommendations included that the Secretariat should closely follow progress of the fund, collaborate closely, and elaborate how and why it is needed to conduct mapping of the loss and damage resourcing landscape. Members agreed with and further emphasized the strategy reference to mobilizing resources based on TA demand, and that fundraising should consider any potential imbalances between TA and operationalization. It was suggested that the Santiago network is ambitious in its fundraising efforts. Some members pointed to the linkages, especially to specific outcomes of the related outreach and communication strategies, should be strengthened and highlighted more explicitly. The need to expand on the monitoring function was also emphasized, specifically to include actionable information on what reporting and to whom is actually done as part of strategy. The comments included importance of specifying that tracking tools can be employed to monitor resource mobilization efforts, what exactly will be tracked, and what type of reports will result from that. One member felt that proposed options, in particular the ones related to private sector, could benefit from citing new successful examples. Another comment was received calling for visuals and dashboards for contributions that clearly show where funding is allocated to. It was also emphasized the strategy should not just be about securing funding, but also about developing strategic partnerships. It was further suggested that the Secretariat leverage its OBNE network and UNDRR UNOPS co-host resources and network in its fundraising efforts. I'm done with the summary. Thank you for your patience. So now that I have summarized, and I know we're very close to the lunch, we're already a little bit behind time again, let me just repeat what we are suggesting as a way forward. First, I would like to request the advisory board that you agree that we request the Secretariat to produce a revised in-session version of all 4 strategies that are based on the feedback that was received yesterday, and I have just summarized, but also the feedback was noted very diligently yesterday, and some contributions in written form were also received. And the Secretariat would then aim to circulate the revised versions by the close of our meeting today. So they will be working diligently if we ask them to revise those strategies by end of the meeting so that we can review it still tonight and prepare for tomorrow. So it is proposed then that tomorrow we will reopen this item 6 and its sub-items one by one, not as a package, but we'll look at all of them separately. Under each sub-item, we will ask the Secretariat to walk us through the revised in-session drafts so that we see what changes were made. It will be also, when we receive the revised versions, we will see track changes as well, so that it's very clear what was revised. And then we will invite further round of input from advisory board and from observers so that we can assess how far or how close we are to finalizing those documents in this session. Then we will make further refinements. We'll ask the Secretariat again to go back and refine as required so that we can finalize and adopt the strategies on day 3. So if this proposed way forward is acceptable, and it is in the interest of having efficient meeting and ensuring that we have time for also all the other important items, we would now ask you to accept that we suspend this item and we resume the discussion on strategies tomorrow morning with the revised in-session drafts. I open the floor for your comments. Alpha.
Thank you. I'm not opening the floor. I'm just trying to kindly ask whether the presentation that were made can be shared with us, because that is will be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Absolutely, that would be an additional resource for you to look in addition to what will be shared later this evening. So we will make sure that you receive those slides. Any other comments or questions? No? So thank you so much. And with that, I invite you for the lunch break. Thank you. So yes, we are now at 9 minutes to 2. Perhaps we could ask for a 50-minute lunch break for you. So we would be back then at 2:40 in the room. Would that be okay? 2:40 back in the room. And for those online, we will be back in less than 15 minutes.
Now it's time to open. What? My head. This my head.
I know, right? Disaster.
Where is we've been in different places. I just wanted to confirm maybe this time maybe we would have a box lunch again.
So, dear colleagues, dear advisory board members, for you the lunch is provided downstairs in the restaurant for advisory board members.
Bless you.
Na, meine Liebe, wie ist es?
Ich kann nicht mal erzählen, wie viele Details mit diesem Bildschirm da noch nicht.
Und das was?
Ich zeige das gerade. So, wenn das Meeting so läuft, fällt so alles von einem ab, weißt du? Ja. Aber das heißt, was der Körper aus der Alarmbereitschaft raus. Und das ist schlecht.
Hello. Funny seeing you here. You're like me, you get dragged around all these dead bodies. Except it's a bit nicer here, isn't it, than that other place to go?
Exactly. Looks like.
Yeah.
Right.
It's all far away. I'm in Tasmania. Yeah. I mean, it's like
Are you went to Dubai? You didn't come on board.
it's actually quite rare, you know. I was like,
Sessions where they invite all their counterparts, but we would need to make sure that we and then, yeah, Latin America.
Remember that attention to show what they
So she it takes a bit long in big groups. So that would be good.
When you say everyone, when you say everyone. It's just us.
Should we
I mean, I would say like we haven't. Katrin, willst du mitkommen was zu essen oder du hast keine Zeit?
Wie bitte?
Willst du mitkommen zum Essen oder du hast
Ich gehe jetzt gleich, ja.
Ach, du hast schon was. Okay.
Nee, ich komme
Ah. Okay, okay. Also wir gehen zu den Iranern.
Ich glaube,
Du hast schon aber recht.
ja, ich glaube,
Ah ja, gut.
Ja.
Super.
Danke.
I think that's the thing. Like, for me, there's just some fundamental things like we just have. So, for example, I don't know how I get so I didn't face the thing. And I just change. Okay, you want to grab some lunch? You gonna grab some lunch? It's kind of fun.
No, I'm in business. No, I'm in historical position. Already there.
The wishes of back evidence because we've got too many. We've got too many. It's very, 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 very clear. She can be that smart, that's why she needs to. I've got access to them. I think we'll get there. I think we'll get the strategy. I think we'll
Your sense is that what?
I think we'll get
Very good. This one, we wanted specifically identify happy birthday, I don't know, but I don't know. Right?
Yes. No, all good. All good. I'm just going to give this to
Yeah,
Ben.
this is Ben, I think.
Yeah, because he was helping me. Get
Did
some
you get
batteries.
lunch?
I haven't, but I will check in first. Okay. And then I will go grab something to eat.
But please make sure that you eat.
Because yesterday I didn't have breakfast yesterday. No, many food, so I'm just.
It was too early. I hate early breakfast. Yeah, exactly. And then you're like, okay, right? I came home like 11. And Nick was like, are you hungry? He was like, getting catering yet? Don't need to tell me we are. I was also drinking my soup. Yeah, you go check in and then I will. Yes. Ah, tu vois, là, il fait bon, hein?
Ah non, on est bien.
Je vais lui demander si le mettre. Ah non, et de notre bureau. Moi, je vais lui demander si après il peut peut-être mettre maintenant la ventilation. C'est dommage qu'on n'a pas pris la photo.
Demain?
Ça a été oui. Oui, ça a été. Merci. Oui, les verres, juste verre au jus, on aussi avec le fond.
Non, c'était ça, c'était la. Ouais, et une plaque là. Ok. On fait une médiante et une plate.
Forcément un peu beaucoup, puisque les bouteilles, on les a pris là.
Attends, regarde là. Là, c'est tout.
Ouais, c'est tout bon. Merci beaucoup.
Okay.
The third chair is yours. Actually, because the nerves of usually very free for something else to from
They finished quite, is this the secretariat here? Just gotta.
continue. Ready? No, no, representatives.
Oh my God.
No. Hello. I would first of all like to find out my husband's United bus number because I realized that I'm a million-mile premier person. I can add him as a companion on premier if they want his money. He has, I have a date of birth. No, but actually, technically. Angel, Angel, and date of birth, August 1st. Probably still have his former address, like 10 years before. Okay. Perfect. I have another question. Well, it's about booking tickets, but I can do that. I'm in Geneva, Switzerland. I need tickets. When I'm returning, I'll have to do that. So I'll just leave it. Okay. Just sure.
So,
This is Andrea Carmen. I think you have my numbers already, right? Good. I was just double checking because I was actually gonna book mileage tickets. I was gonna wait till that we over what I need. But my question is, I saw, I was looking at tickets and things like that, and I saw that I could add another person, so I would add my husband to the benefit status. I didn't even know that. And I know he had mileage, he doesn't travel like I do, he's the whole Harrisburg, but now he's retired, he's starting to travel more. And in fact, he made a couple of international trips in the last couple of months. We could add to his mileage, but he doesn't have the number anymore. And I just gave his name to the first person I talked to, where they didn't have it listed. But yeah, I need to sign him up if he's not listed. And his name is Angel Valencia. Yeah, Valencia. And his date of birth is 8/1/59. If not, I'll sign him up. Okay. Yes. No, he might be. He hasn't used it in a long time. He used to live in Alaska, Palmer, Alaska. Tucson. Or Angel Valencia. What birthday do I have? I think that might be him, because it's 8/1/59 is another birthday, his actual birthday, but all of his papers include his passport. He was born in Mexico, and when they took him in to go get his birth certificate, I think he walked in there with his dad. You know, they put that date, instead of his actual birthday. It's 8/1, it's his birthday, but 1950. 12757 West Carolina Lane in Tucson, Arizona. Then just states his birthday. Oh. Okay, I have a copy of his passport, and I can text it to you or email. Okay. Okay. Hold on, it might be mine, because he usually uses mine. He has a folder, right? Okay, no, that's 10 years ago. I don't remember. Wait, 9774544. That's just not that. 4480.
I was thinking of writing.
That was my cell phone in Alaska, which I haven't had in 10 years. Okay. Yeah, I am. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay. They don't do it, or they can't.
Yeah, this thing's interesting.
Yes, I just have to make sure they were united, but I always like it. I mean, I can't, so, yes. Well, he did travel to Ireland in June, and no, it's for you, for his, under his name. Okay, no, he wasn't. He was I get it. You wanted, he also went to here, I mentioned. I just like here. He flew to Geneva with me in July. Okay. Oh, has it? Even though he didn't get his mileage number? You know what? I bet our, I bet our travel agency has that. But yeah, exactly. I thought that was the one where he said so you have, the one you have is when he went to Geneva, right? Geneva. In Geneva. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know anything about that. Let's see. I have so many tickets here, but I think that's what. Can I send it to you later? Okay. HWB 1706. I don't have his birth certificate, but I haven't got it. Okay. 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 He doesn't. But he can put, can I put my email in there? Oh, I know. Hey. Yeah, I know. Okay. And then what if I can, I'll call back and I'm assuming they take it. Pretty sure. They're used to keeping it high. Okay, thank you. Not good because maybe she didn't. My travel agency, she's she books for anybody, members, family or organization. She will go ahead. Thank you so much, okay?
Recorded ever. February's gonna be hotter. So I'm so glad to get this week. Like, it's been so long. It's been so long.
Hola, estoy esperando a Mauricio. Ya hablé con United. Tú tienes una cuenta con United que tienes 31,000 millas. Es que Johnny tiene como que hace
I want to thank Sunny Mitch.
Ya tengo el número. Yo voy a poner
You're like, not like it.
I don't mind. Timing. No. Have you've got yours back, have you? You've got yours. Thank you. No, I've got it back. I'm going to sit in for this session, but I think Liz is going to just run it. I'll just keep my kind of ears open, but I'm kind of trying to work in the background. Okay. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope you get some rest and breathe a little bit because we're still having a lot of agenda in our hands. I would like to call your attention on agenda item 10, which is annual report of the Santiago Network to the governing body or bodies. As per decision 12 CMA4, endorsed by decision 11 CP 27, the Santiago Network Secretariat, under the guidance of the Advisory Board, is requested to prepare an annual report on activities of the Santiago Network to be forwarded to the governing body or bodies through the subsidiary bodies. The annual report will be submitted jointly with the Executive Committee, the EXCOM. The parent report was circulated to the Advisory Board previously for comments and was published on the UNFCCC website on 11 August 2025. At this meeting, we will prepare an addendum report to provide substantive information on implementation of the Santiago Network and key achievements over the reporting period, as well as any recommendations to be considered by the governing body or bodies in November in Belém. Last year, the Advisory Board approved the annual report 2024 with recommendations to the governing body or bodies, including to invite parties to consider and adopt the draft rules of procedures of the Advisory Board of the Santiago Network. The draft annotated outline of the annual report 2025 of the Santiago Network, as contained in document SNAP/2025/05/13, was shared with the Advisory Board for comments by Friday, 29 August 2025. No comments were received. The annotation is therefore the basis on which the report will be drafted. The Advisory Board has requested the Secretariat to populate a draft report and work with a self-nominated group to prepare a working draft during the course of the coming days for adoption at this meeting. For this agenda item, we are therefore inviting Advisory Board to provide guidance and recommendations, if any, for consideration by the governing body or bodies through the subsidiary bodies as appropriate. Just to highlight that recommendations are not required, but we are in the hands of the Advisory Board on this matter. In that sense, I would like to open the floor for comments from the Advisory Board on this specific agenda item. Someone would like to break the ice? I think we are full of food, so I hope it's that, and it's sunny. Thank you so much, Camila. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, co-chairs, and thank you to the Secretariat for preparing that draft. I think this is one of the key documents that will come out of the meeting, as this is one of the. It is the place where we report on our progress back to our governing bodies. And it's important that we send some message both on the progress that we've made so that the parties are made aware where we see this process going and some of the recommendations that then might be adopted as part of the joint report that we will prepare with the ExCom. I was very happy to see some of the background information on the format that's there and the placeholders that are put there. I feel very comfortable with how that report has been presented. I do believe there's space to make some general recommendations on the ways for consideration by the governing bodies. I feel at this stage there has been a lot of progress, and we're very happy that the governing bodies approved our terms of reference last year. I don't foresee any documents that would need that level of approval, but we could have general comments on acknowledging the progress that was made by the Secretariat, hopefully acknowledging all of the guidelines that we will have approved by the end of this meeting. And the growing number of TA requests that have been received, and some recommendations to have encouragement on the implementation of the work program that we would have agreed to, and some language to encourage or urge the Secretariat to continue or accelerate both the outreach activities to catalyze TA, to encourage complementary growing, as well as to work on securing finances and ensuring sustainable or predictable, or working towards getting predictable finance, and have a lot of those broad languages which we know and sort of have already agreed to, rather than making any new big recommendations, but that might advance our work and give some message to the parties of sort of where we're going and where we see some of the challenges coming. You have already asked for there to be, I know there will be space later this afternoon to continue working on that, and I am happy to join the group that will be working on that and hopefully provide some draft language text that might be a landing zone for all of the views of this group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila. Any other views? Heidi.
Thanks. I agree with the points that Camilla made. I think we could also have something speaking to strengthening of the collaboration between the WIM Executive Committee, the Fund, and the Santiago Network, and the broader funding arrangements. I think perhaps there's something that we can do in terms of implementation of the guidelines and procedures, ensuring responsiveness, country-driveness, demand, responding to the needs and priorities of developing countries that have been raised in the GST, picking up some of that language of the need to enhance that work. There might be something that we could do to speak to, in particular, the adoption of the resource mobilization strategy, picking up something integrated with what Camilla was raising on the finance and the scaling up of support for the network. And then also, I think particularly important is recognizing the efforts to enhance accessibility and connecting with countries, ensuring that it's really clear to parties that this is a network that they can engage with and access support from. And then you might get sick of hearing this from me over the course of this meeting, but also something on the observer policy. I haven't formulated in my mind, but I can think about that as we engage this afternoon. I think we had this big uptake in interest, but actually looking around the room, not necessarily all of the in-person people that did register are present here in Geneva. So I think there is some thinking needed to ensure that the engagement with the constituencies as well as broader observers is thoughtful and ensures maximum participation from the most diverse group. So something speaking to that, I think, is important, given we haven't decided to move forward on that really concretely yet as an advisory board. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Heidi. I think it was first Gladys and then Alpha, if I'm not wrong.
Thank you, Angela, co-chair. Yeah, I agree with what was said by Camila and Heidi. And, well, very general, recommendations like we used to put in, like the last year report, for instance, welcomes the progress on the operationalization. And I would add to what was said, express appreciation to the OBNEs that have joined the network and also those ones that have submitted their expressions of interest also. Also appreciation to the government of Switzerland for having us here and the UNDR and UNOPS. Also inviting parties to inform their liaisons, that would be important too. Acknowledge and appreciation of the pledges made for the Santiago network, if there are any, in this period. And finally, I would add something about the annual plan. No, it's the annual plan, right? It's the work, sorry, the work program to 2026 to 2027, because if we approve that, it would be good that it's here also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alpha?
Thank you, and fully aligned with the colleagues, the statement made by the colleagues before me. I think, first of all, we had placeholders, and I think the placeholders, we need to see the version with a populated placeholder part, because they give substance to additional recommendation. The second point is, I think, we can borrow many languages from the 2024 report, including the acknowledgement, welcoming, etc., etc. And it is not a surprise for me. I want to have specific recommendation on the resources. We still have difficulty to materialize the resources, and we definitely need to prominently present the resource mobilization strategy, but also use the report to call for additional resources, for additional resources. And as then guided, I think I do believe that definitely we need to consider languages to see how we address the parity between administrative and technical assistance budget. I don't know how we frame that. I'm very flexible in terms of wording, but I think it's a reality that party needs to know. My constituency needs to know what is there. And definitely it will be a useful hook for us when conducting the review of the Warsaw International Mechanism. So that for the time being, thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Any other views that you want to raise? Muriel.
I'm just wondering if there is also, because I mean it's prospective, right, and maybe some other themes also we want to take up as a network. So I was thinking, I think that there are discussions around the private sector and the role of the private sector. If we could include something on some language on that.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We took note of the comments, but of course we want to highlight that it's up to you what kind of recommendations do you want to provide. As we suggested yesterday during the informal setting, some of you raised your hand or show some interest to join like an informal group to start working on drafting those recommendations. So what we expect for now, we're gonna break for 10 minutes, so you have some time to rest a little bit, because we know we are rushing a little bit, but 10 minutes because we need to make some consultations between us, between the co-chairs and the secretariat. We will reconvene in 10 minutes, but after that, we will explain you how we are gonna proceed on the rest of the day. But in general, we just want to highlight that our intention is that we have 2 breakout groups, if I can say that, one on budget. So you will have the opportunity to bring all concerns that you expressed yesterday on the budget. We just want to remind you that we need to adopt different decisions on the budget, you know, the revised budget for 2025, as well as the new budget for 2026. And we just want to ensure that at least we got that decisions, because, you know, if we do not have any budget, we cannot, you know, deliver work and provide the technical assistance that is needed. But also, as was mentioned by all of you and recognized, we have also this report that has to go to the COP. And this report is also really important for all of us, because it's the way to show, you know, the rest of the world that is not watching this meeting beyond the list of observers that is already attending this meeting, to show what we are doing here, what is the progress made, and for instance, to, you know, ask the Conference of the Parties to provide us some guidance for future work. So the other group will be for this on the report, and what we expect that is that you start working in the hours that we have left on drafting those recommendations. Whatever work you progress in those groups will come back to you, even if you don't have the opportunity, because we cannot break ourselves to attend everything at the same time. So you will have the opportunity to see the recommendations that they will provide, as well as, you know, if there are concerns expressed by the budget committee. So that's the approach that we have for now. We just want to give you 10 minutes for break, and we will come back to you with additional announcements, and then we go directly into the informal groups. Edie, you have the floor.
So I just want for the report. It's not the first time that we have a report, and we know that we have the frame, and the secretariat will help a lot to draft something, and then we can put our inputs. So if this is not, how can I mean, put more work for us in the plenary, can we ask if the secretariat already have something where we can, in the breaking group, try to work and put our inputs that can make the work very fast, and then maybe we'll end before the budget committee will find an agreement on that.
Thank you very much, Edie. That's my dream. So I fully support that. The secretariat already supports us in some elements, but there are ideas that you bring here. So we just want to ensure that we take into account those ideas. But my kindly, you know, request to those members who will be there is to try to find, you know, we know that what are the contentious issues, our concerns and everything, to find middle grounds in the sense that everybody feels comfortable with the report. This is, you know, this is not a COP negotiations, and we just want to remind you that. So we don't want to bring contentious issues that we know, but just to ensure that the recommendations that we put forward for the Conference of the Parties are the recommendations that everybody wants to raise to the COP. So that's for now. We would like to break for 10 minutes, and then we come back with a few announcements, and we go directly into the 2 breakout groups. Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you for the moment.
Okay, colleagues, thank you so much for your patience. We would invite you to come back to your seats so we can just make some announcements on how we're going to proceed with the rest of the day. So we needed to kind of check how practically we're going to solve the situation with the breakout groups that Angela was presenting just before we had a short break. So just to give you clarity, because we do have colleagues with us, maybe some people are still outside, but if they could come back to the room, hopefully some of the advisory board members haven't left yet. So as Angela was presenting before we broke, there will be work ongoing in small groups, which means we will close the plenary. So we will kindly ask observers not to continue with us until 6 o'clock this evening. At 6 o'clock, there is a reception that is hosted by the host country here in the venue. And the reception is for advisory board and for observers. So we hope that you will be able to stay with us and you will join us for the reception at 6 o'clock. In the meantime, we were making arrangements on how to divide and plan the work for the sessions in the small groups. So we have the budget subcommittee that is constituted. We had three members in the budget subcommittee, and we had Muriel joining the budget subcommittee earlier this morning. So that group will meet in the small meeting room in the back that has also the connection capacity to connect the member who is online, Aisha. And the other small group that is going to work on the annual report, which includes the part that had placeholders from that were populated already by the Secretariat and part of the recommendations, will meet in that room here so that you can work on a draft in a small setting. We had volunteers yesterday to that group that included Camila, Gladys, and Muriel. Now, I think, Muriel, you cannot be in two places at the same time, so we will ask someone else to join that group. And we will, if any other advisory board members would like to join that room, it's the room over there. The idea would be to have a small setting so that this group can start drafting the recommendations. So then we can have already a discussion on the concrete recommendations tomorrow. They will be brought to the plenary, and there will be all the inputs from everyone encouraged for this discussion. And we will the groups can use the time until 6 p.m. because then we will stop and then we will go for the reception. And this evening we will circulate to you a schedule of work for tomorrow, clarifying all those points that we said we will address at the second day of our formal meeting. Is that clear? Do you have any questions? Akio, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I have a question. Are we encouraged to participate either small group or just small, who have a volunteer to participate?
Thank you for the question, Akio. So in terms of the budget committee, it is just the budget committee that will meet with the Secretariat because there were questions that were raised also at our informal meeting yesterday, and that is the space that is provided to the budget committee to hear some answers. Of course, we will still discuss the budget in the plenary as the agenda item will be open tomorrow. As for the other small group, if there is an interest for additional volunteers to join that small group on the report, that is very welcome. So if you would like to propose yourself, Akio, to join that group, that is appreciated. Please, Akio.
Thank you for clarification. Since Muriel have joined the budget small group, so then I will join the other small group for not reporting.
No, you go to the budget. I'm going to
Thank you so much, Akio. I see Manuela. Thank you so much. Heidi?
Yeah, just to say I'll join the report group.
Thank you, Heidi. So we have...
I joined the report group.
Wow.
Okay, I let them work.
So we can approve it tomorrow quickly because everybody will be there.
Yeah.
Rashid? As well. Thank you. That is excellent. So we will have now the two ladies are joined by Rashid, Edie, Akio, Heidi, and Manuela. So that group will use the time effectively until 6 p.m. and you can shortly go to the room and prepare recommendations that we can approve hopefully tomorrow.
Ladies, we send you Alpha. He's the only man in the group. So please treat him with tender, and I know he's very difficult, but you can find.
So members of the budget committee will have the other room for them. So, and we as co-chairs, we will also join both groups, alternating and making sure that one of us is in each of the groups at one time. Excuse me. So is that way forward clear? It is now almost 4 o'clock, actually 20 to 4. So there is a good amount of time. And probably a very conducive space to work on very important matters, the budget on the one hand and the annual report on the other. Are there any other questions on the way forward? And just to also bring to your attention, we were, I'll give the floor to Samuel and then I will also mention one more point.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask, is there any provision for people joining online for this group?
So, thank you, Samuel. Are you interested in the drafting group on the annual report?
Yes, but is there any provision for this?
So in the room, we do not have the capacity, but we could connect you with the laptop of one colleague. So you can also be part of that conversation, if that is fine with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. One more issue that I wanted to mention, because we have also a confirmation of the terms of reference of all the subcommittees that are being submitted to you. So that is something that we would like to adopt tomorrow. So we're putting that to your attention as well, that they have been sent already or are being sent to you very shortly. So also something to look out for in the time that you have before the reception. So with that, I will be closing the plenary for today. We will still see each other either in the small groups or in the reception, to which I warmly invite everyone. And we will let you know the plan of work for tomorrow with the indicative schedule of work that will be shared with you this evening at some point. And in the meantime, we will break, and also the co-chairs at the start, we need to have a meeting with the secretariat team to prepare for tomorrow. So before joining the small groups, we will have a small meeting with them. And then we will also be joining the two groups. Thank you so much for all your engagement today. We continue the work. Thank you.
Small, very small.
Because the budget subcommittee is the budget subcommittee. So sorry to interrupt. I don't know if any questions might come up.
I have here and I can, yeah, no, it's depending, yeah, it's right across the street from the. There, sometimes the Warwick.
Yeah. Some plenty of
I know I don't usually
but we'll come in the audience. Don't ask, otherwise she'll kill me. They've only gone on one day. But your son is at school. Well, I was trying to stop him online, you know. Last day, I was like, I'm going to
No, I'm not changing the room, I was just coming to gather people.
And there was an old yoga studio, so it's got this great big living room, huge windows, and then I'm using the slides of your
You have everything you need for my second, if anything comes up, well, basically, what's the best person? What's up the thing?
Just as long as there's someone.
Try not to lose everybody.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank
You don't know? We did it by ourselves.
Heavy.
Hey, just say hello. I met you, was it December or November? What were you checking
Like,
that?
it's the last board meeting we had a senior management meeting at the same time, and I've been gone for 2 months now,
Okay.
so I'm just back.
Well, welcome back, and good to see you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and take your time.
Just before I left on leave, the organization decided to give this team to balance out. I mean, yeah, now that
I heard should we go to chocolate? You already. Yes.
Linda.
Let's go.
when I presented, that she was the original architect. She told her and to try to
That,
you know what I mean? Like when I first came to she was the vision leader. No, but I didn't even feel it. I was very much. She yeah. Hang out. Go for dinner. Yeah. It's nice way, yeah. But yeah, there was anyhow, I mean, now that she's
I just met her in
yeah, she is kind of and then you can't
they see this
behind the scenes.
Just this one. This one I think I can find the Play Store, and this one I can find. These ones I can find in Play Store, but with this one I just wasn't sure what should be the Play Store.
The next one, after that, I have such capacity building.
I'm just searching capacity. That's weird. I couldn't quite find.
Okay, I understand. I will check my. Yeah.
No, because he's from and something so nice I just want to discussion now. I just want to managing it from the morning to the evening in one piece, that's all. You know, I'm happy with that. Yeah. Yeah. It's really, I really try. Yeah. Cool. Well, you know, the discussions of doing it, and so on, and all the stories. What makes you have this information that's not the answers Yeah, there's another rock. There's another. But also and outside or something. I think it's outside. Okay. Terribly wrong. Exactly. No, but I think that way people can see what can be done here. I think it'll last for 5 years.
I anticipate the wording, paragraph wording in the main strategy to change
shows what
a reference, a paragraph. You don't, I mean, no, thanks for that. Yeah. Still too much in flux.
No, it might not, but.
Just reference the actual the section. Okay. I don't even have to do that. I can just reference the phrase. Yeah, we'll just make it'll be in track changes for me anyway, so. Yeah, this is about the complementarity, and I found some good stuff in the main strategy that really works well, and it checks also the box of making sure that the right people speak the same language. Perfect. It'll be in track changes and it'll be easy to discuss. I have a final stylistic question. This might be just so here, even if we spell it out, Santiago, your strategies, is there because that well that was but is that the reason strategies lowercase?
No, actually, I don't remember if I had capitalization. But at some point, when you guys decided to pull like hardly have the first letter capitalized.
Okay. There's no stylistic rule that dictates it. I'm wondering, so I was wondering why we spell it out so
So he's in a situation so he's not then we stated a lot but it's I mean they're doing started to talk a little bit with the went on stuff right like starting to talk a little bit and they started to walk a little bit so to make the long story I mean, obviously, I'm not supposed to win on Saturday. I want to come to let's so it's very different. I was sad I didn't have that. Yeah, so I went to support her.
You were alive. I was a little you never heard me leave.
She was serving it. I know. We have. So yeah. I keep putting things in my bag.
I would be aware.
Kind of go by for a certain amount of time and then something just kind of. I don't Yeah. When people say that.
Nice to see you. And I'm looking forward to having a good time here.
We will. Okay.
Go for a nice Heuriger.
You don't see Animesh. Tell them I said bye.
Hey.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Amazing. I might actually do that, yes. Just don't tell anybody. Yes, I love it, yeah.
Oh, are you going to go home?
Yeah, Thanks too. I'm gonna be right out there.
Something that it's not mentioned. It's very small.
People are asking when is this section? And I don't think this section is university. They have money for that. And it keeps it from months ago. Okay.
You know, this might be from the last round.
Yes.
This is what my date is. This is not about technical.
What they really want to do is push oil.
Just to see where we can.
Let's have a look at the text.
Just go to the process.
Yeah.
We don't have this, we don't have this list anymore.
I need to present it several months ago, but no time.
You know, she made very specific comments yesterday. She said, on paragraph 26C, I'm looking for 26C, and it's like, there is no 26C. So I think she was also against all the comments. Would you be able to send me this email? I can work out.
Maybe you will find out.
So yeah, you don't have to worry about this because we don't have a list anymore. It's just text.
Fill that gap. You know, say, oh, the commission wanted to make it.
Because we discussed it with several people mentioned.
But I can actually.
Very nice.
Good fish, they wanted to catch and then they somehow, I don't know why they didn't my role, because I give them credibility.
Oh, no, it's not, sorry, it's, yeah. You know,
You didn't access to Santiago?
so it's
I mentioned yesterday.
Yes. Save me my time. I think I can find a place, just might not be in here.
Yeah, it's not important, it's just suggestion, because it's the idea.
We'll try. Oh wait, now I'll get a reward.
No. Yeah, no, it's true.
That's more than half of it, more than half of it.
Okay.
So that's for admin or admin, but I can find Ben.
They're divided.
Why is the Zoom laptop in there? Okay, we need to log in. But that is the first time I had to set up the link so that that can be happening.
Well, I think how like most of it, we do because we have some of us in there to control the situation, which is not. There's but then, but one thing we do in our letter, except permission, that we said that it's separate. The complex is like I said, we allow decisions. Even working groups, they always have to report on their activities. Yeah. We allow them to provide copies. Now, it is what it is, it's got 5 regions, 2 no, but the copies have 7. It's still by consent. They can be 4 in the copy, so no condition. It's a that's so committed to that. Will report regularly. But I'll just say anything. But you are to. I was disappointed.
I also sent her a message, see whether, and I had told her.
She's rebel.
She's ready.
I'm more stressed when she's stressed.
But sorry. Ben is sharing the Zoom link with you and Liz and Samuel.
Okay.
So that he can then be added to the meeting there.
But can I be in 2 Zooms at the same time?
No, but I think we can end it on your
So I
session.
can log there? Okay.
Yes, and there is a meeting room laptop in there that you gave me before.
I logged in everywhere, you will kill me one day.
Sorry.
No problem at all. Are you good?
I'm doing fine, yeah. I didn't know that.
it seems
It's all the transition was a little bit confusing. I also wasn't sure where to land.
yeah, and it's all
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the virtual observers are not happy because we're getting some questions on chat because they didn't understand that they can't join the room. So they're asking to put them in the room where it's happening. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's like you guys are told only, you get an update. But it's always a bit confusing.
I also understand all this I also think that the very
Yes.
it's better than
Okay.
actually, my region said the same. Online, because otherwise we do a reading here, a reading here, and then they can be okay. We have enough money for one paper.
Yes.
And we have 5 volunteers in both. So we need more than need and yeah, that's 3 meters. We raise a lot of money, yeah.
I think they're also confused because it's not XCOM, but it is core policy. So I also find that sometimes for our scope, it doesn't because you don't know what you don't know. And then it becomes very political. Sometimes it is zero participation, but this is not the forum. And that hopefully over time represent, but then you also can't say that it's not the forum, but it's not the forum. It's kind of catch-22.
I agree with you.
I have fully changed. I used to, 5 years ago, I would have said participatory approach is everything. And 5 years later, I'm like, no, structure and limitations are great.
Exactly. You need to find a good way to get them in.
Yeah.
But not everywhere.
Yes. And a purpose defined for what we're working towards. Too open doesn't work.
Yeah, because it's also exactly because everybody has done it. Maybe not.
I think they should.
Bring them all. It's also a way
They should, but they won't.
It's tricky, but
Okay, put that on.
We get where we get.
I think so. I like it.
No, that was
This is
Yes, I think the last one and this one have been significant. I was saying to Edith that if you didn't see the beginning, this is a marked progress that he did.
You know, Ben was saying to me, that when we were in the restaurant, he said, this doesn't look familiar. I think it was because I never went to because that's what it was.
Yeah.
He was doing everything. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. A full circle. All good?
You
He
were
shared?
saying? Yeah. All
Okay.
set.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Now I will go and attempt again to write my strategy. But I keep finding other things to do except writing. Returning your laptop to you.
Thank you.
Right, I don't know what else. I'm gonna do it the same like I did the other one. Marking it down so everyone changes. He's working remotely.
You know, he was there in people. Yeah. I'm trying to redesign it. I'm sure. In my life, I'm sure that's happened. Not in the scene. Oh. It's okay. It's good at music. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Then my son can get home.